Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. I hope everyone is well. I've been gone for, I guess, 3 weeks now. Um, and we'll just knock out this right at the top. The reason I was gone is obviously 3 weeks ago was Thanksgiving, so I was out of town. But then I didn't get back till too late Saturday to start streaming. But at that, when I went to Thanksgiving with my parents to go see my parents for Thanksgiving, my parents and my sister, my dad and I went to the Indiana University versus Purdue University, the Oak and Bucket game, which was in Lafayette this year. And it was phenomenal. The score was 56-3, I believe. It was either 56 or 59-3, one of the two. So the Hoosiers pulled that one out. Great game. And then the next weekend, the reason I wasn't here is because I had tickets to go to the Big Ten Championship game, which is where I got this Big Ten Championship game towel. And the Hoosiers won that game too versus Ohio State, so that was great. And then last weekend, I had a new roommate moving in, so that was awesome. And then last weekend also, Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, won the Heisman Award. So it was a great 3 weeks to be an Indiana Hoosier football fan. That's where I've been. I hope you are all well. I hope everyone is well. If you are here, if you're watching, just go ahead and say hi in the chat. For some reason, currently, and it doesn't, I don't know why, my multi-chat box in Streamlabs seems to not be feeding me the chat from Twitch, so I have that up in my third monitor. So hopefully nobody says anything important or tries to get me banned on Twitch again. But I hope you're all well. Tonight, excuse me. I've been drinking. I made myself. Got my mocha pot out. Made myself a shot of espresso. Poured it over some ice, milk, and Bailey's. So I've got a Bailey's iced latte here, just to get us extra going for tonight. I'll pop a little Zinnicino, and we will be vibing. Legate Agrestes is here. I want to give a quick shout out to Legate. He is a good friend of mine, but he also, occasionally when I write things that sound cool to me, but also have no coherency, the Legate will edit it for me. So the Legate, if you guys saw my longer tweet that I posted last night, Legate was the one who edited that and made it sound good for me. So we want to thank him. We want to tell him thank you. I'm realizing that my camera needs is very pale. And I did not realize that because my monitor, my ultra-wide monitor that I use, runs a little red. So I can't do color grading or stuff on it. I do my color grading on the other monitor. However, the other monitor's up here, and then the ultra-wide's down here. So the Streamlabs is right here, and that was the one I was looking at my camera angle on tonight, and it seems like it is a touch, it's a touch blue. It's a little cool, it's a little too cool. So let's just move this way. That's green. That's getting worse. That's getting worse. I guess we'll move it there. We'll move it there. And we'll just turn the white balance up a little. Hopefully that'll help. Oh, that's so much better. How about that? Turning himself purple. I didn't mean to turn myself purple. The purple on this side right here is from just a Philips Hue light bulb, obviously. But I had to, oh, that's the other thing. Since I got a new roommate, wow, it looks really red in this monitor, but if I look at it up here in the monitor that's actually color correct, it looks pretty right. So that's really interesting. Um, so I got a new roommate. He moved in with me. So my desk has moved out of the place where it was, which was my office, and now his bedroom is in my dining room. I no longer have a dining room. I have an office next to my kitchen. Anyway, so we've got this space here. And because of that, there's some stuff that's closer. So these books that I really like that I display because they're a very interesting thing. They're a very fun little piece that I found at an antique store. I thought this was yellow, so I made it purpler over here just to kind of balance the purple and the yellow out. And then also I just thought the camera angle and the shadow created some good contrast across the shot to just have a bit of a higher light, lower lighting, and then color difference on either side. Of course, we still have the picture of my parents in my parents' engagement photo, which I don't know if they've realized that I display. Even though they watch my stream, so they could be watching right now, honestly. Sometimes I get texts from my dad midway through streaming that I'm on the TV at home, at my dad's place. And that's really funny. At my parents' place. And that always amuses me very much. So, my new roommate's not here, actually. He moved in and then the next day he flew out for going home to Thanksgiving with his family. Am I still pale? I'm still a little pale. Dude, I wish I could figure this dang camera out. The problem is that it doesn't auto do anything. Is that better? I might need to go up more. That feels best, honestly. It might be a little warm, but I actually kind of prefer it being a little warm to a little cool. It's a little overexposed. Well, it's exposed properly in the Streamlabs window, but I'm looking at it on Twitch too. I wish I could show you guys what my setup looks like right now. It's kind of funny. It looks a little overexposed on Twitch, but it looks just right on my Streamlabs window. Anyway, so tonight, obviously, based on the thumbnail, we will be reacting to all of the TPUSA speeches that were taking shots at other TPUSA speakers, except for one. I don't think we'll do Steve Deese, just because we might do Steve Deese. We're just going to go in order, and we'll decide when we get there if we're going to do Steve Deese. But we're obviously going to start with Shapiro. And then I think we're just going to skip. I think we're going to watch Knowles. I don't think we'll watch Knowles, but I think we will watch the beginning of Knowles. And then we'll skip to Tucker. And then we will go to the next. We'll look at all the speeches. We'll double check them. We'll have to watch Vivek. And we will watch Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec. And we'll just be discussing as we go. Why did my work focus mode just come on? That is a weird focus mode to have just auto turned on. We'll be discussing as we go the arguments and what's being argued and what's happening. So I hope everyone is well. I'm going to give shout outs to the chat real quick. If you're here and you're not following somehow, I would really appreciate that. I would really appreciate subscribing. And if you are subscribed on YouTube, I know you're not watching on Twitch. If you could do me a favor, open a second tab, twitch.tv/the Sanity Revolt, and just mute that tab and click the follow button. That would be super helpful. I know that's a weird thing to request, but as somebody who's up and coming and trying to grow, having the view time in both windows, in both places will be helpful to me. So it's just a little thing you can do. So Gary is here. Gary's always here, and he's always wishing blessings and peace on everyone, and we appreciate that. We appreciate your prayers, Gary, and we'll pray for you. Leggedy Grusties, as I already mentioned, is here. Shout out to him for editing my long tweet last night, which we will probably read at some point tonight because I wrote that in 2021, and I decided to publish it last night after the VVEC speech. So we'll probably read it after the VVEC speech. AJK Penguin is here, of course. Thank you, AJK Penguin. And I think that's everyone. I see 9 people are watching, though, on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't put anything in the chat yet, please say hi. That would be super helpful. Anyway, let's get going. So, oh yeah, I made this, by the way. I didn't come up with the idea. Connor Franz, thank you so much for being here, Connor Franz. I didn't come up with the idea. It was an Adidas ad that they did, but they did it vertically in like a poster format, and I found the original photo, took it into Photoshop and rearranged some stuff. And well, I didn't rearrange some stuff. I just like sized it up, put the text in a better place for horizontal, and then this football actually is like probably up like in the chat window relative, but I just moved it down just because I thought I liked the football in the shot. So I don't know that the football was in the original shot either. I think they could have added it. But either way, I added the football in, which once you see that I added the football in, it's kind of hard to unsee that it's obviously not there. Hi, Mendoza. My dad is here. Hi, Dad. Shout out to my dad. Always makes my night when my dad shows up in the chat. So we will be TPUSA speech. I don't want to watch the reactions. RSBN. Yep, here we go. RSBN. Oh, we will obviously have to watch Bannon. The reason we're not going to watch the live streams tonight is because tonight is Faith Night there. Gary, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. Tonight's Faith Night, which is could come up with some stuff, but I doubt anything will come up that's relevant to this longer ongoing discussion. So we're just gonna go through the stuff that's already happened. Yeah, we'll start there. So let's find the Ben Shapiro speech, and then we'll go from there. Not the live streams, but the videos here. So we're gonna have to go a ways back. So we're gonna start with Shapiro here, and then we will go to Knowles, and then we'll watch Tucker, which I don't know where Tucker is. Where's Tucker's speech? We might have to go to Tucker's. Oh, Tucker's right here. So we've got a lot to get through tonight. We'll be doing a longer stream. I'm probably going to play these at 1.25 speed. And we will be giving the sane take on all of this discussion. Now, so I hope everyone will enjoy that. So let's get going.
I really believe that B is false.
Let's skip the intro.
Thank you so much. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot.
We agree with that. Erica is obviously.
The goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children, and on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erica and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth.
Remember that line, the future of this country relies on truth.
This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, in a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends?
Okay, here's the thing. Right off the bat.
That spreads our interests and upholds our ideals.
Spreads our interests and upholds our ideals. There's an assumption there that foreign policy needs to spread American interests to the rest of the globe. Now, I would be open to having that discussion. In fact, I have had that discussion with many of my friends, and I've had it with people online. But, however, spreading the interest is a debate on foreign policy. Ben is assuming that that foreign policy needs to spread American interests. And he knows that there's a disagreement on that. So and this is going to come up a lot, but I don't think Ben is operating completely honest here. Because he knows that the debate is actually over whether or not we should be spreading our interests or if we should be focusing on America and focusing on domestic interests instead of foreign expansion. So I find it ironic that he's saying the future of this country relies on truth and then slipping in a priori assumption as something debatable. He's operating as an imperial liberal. That's completely correct. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. But he knows that that's the debate, and he's slipping in the very thing that is up for debate as if it were a premise that is agreed upon, and he knows that. So I don't think this is I don't think he's being honest. I find this particular point to be. Look, you have two choices here, right? Either Ben is so liberal, such an imperial liberal, that he does not realize that is the debate, in which case he's unqualified to be representing one of the sides in the debate because he's not capable of comprehending. Maybe he's capable, but he's not currently comprehending what the debate is over. Which is a common thing you should do in debates, right? You should ask the other side to say, what do you think I think? And let me say what you think, what I think you think, right? In this case, I think Ben is proving he either is a liar or he doesn't understand what the other side thinks. Either way, his positions on foreign policy are... It's hard to argue that he should be allowed to be having this ongoing discussion. So there's that. And let's go back.
Markets and traditional virtue.
What is the relation between free markets and traditional virtue, right? That's a good question. I think we've watched this video before, and everyone here probably knows that I think the best YouTube video ever made is one that's nearly a decade old. It's called The New Divide. It's by 1791L, a YouTuber who's since kind of disappeared into the ether. I don't know where he went. And it's about this very topic, and it's actually focusing on the debate between Tucker and Ben Shapiro on the Ben Shapiro Sunday special when Tucker's book, The Ship of Fools, came out, which is currently not on my bookshelf, even though it was, because I loaned it to a friend for him to read. But he is correct in that one. I think he's correct in that being the debate. The foreign policy one, I think he's completely off about, because I think he doesn't understand. The question isn't how do we balance them? The question is, should we be balancing them at all? So there's that.
How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years. And over the course of this conference.
See, and here I think that this is a liberal assumption that politics inherently assumes an inherent question of politics is foreign policy. Because if you go back and you look at, especially in the West, in Christendom, what politics was about. Politics wasn't about how do you spread your interests. Politics was about, and it is, politics can be rightly defined as how do we live well together. And I find, I'm going to turn myself down a little because I'm getting dangerously close to peaking. So I'm just going to turn my mic down just a touch. I find this assumption on foreign policy to be a liberal one, and the very debate is over liberalism and whether we should be liberals. And the current coalitions, the current sides, are co-belligerents between people like Orrin McIntyre and the post-liberal Catholics, and I think I would fall closer to the post-liberal Catholics. And I don't mean post-liberal in the sense that like I used to be a liberal and now I'm not, but like post-liberal in the new polity sense. So the Catholic social teaching, and we disagree on a lot. And Orrin and I talked about this when I interviewed him, which unfortunately, if you guys haven't heard, that interview is unusable due to a terrible tech glitch. But Orrin and I talked about this, and we said that currently those differences are semantic. And so while we are we agree that the two sides here are co-belligerents in the sense that if we want to have internal discussions within that side of the right, that's fine, but we don't think it's a big enough thing to focus on. And so the debate here is on this very question. So it is on what politics is properly. And I don't think that politics necessarily includes debates over foreign policy. And I don't even think that like people as recent in political history as the founding fathers would have agreed with that, right? Because you have people like George Washington saying to avoid alliances, favored nation alliances, which Ben Shapiro would obviously disagree with George Washington on. So
you'll hear a lot.
In fact, if you guys didn't see, I did post this on Twitter, that Ben Shapiro has famously said, this is a famous quote from Ben Shapiro, that his biggest guarantor of loyalty to the United States is the continued existence of the state of Israel, which is disloyalty, right? If he were to ever hold office, if he were to ever run for office, that would be disqualifying from holding office in the United States of America.
Opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk...
And so here's another thing, right? Free market economics and social conservatism. And this is an Andrew Jones quote. I can't remember the exact words, but I'll paraphrase it. But he points out that guys like Levin and Shapiro fail to notice that their economic policy cannibalizes their social policy. So free markets cannibalize social virtue because they beget vice. And you can find this in Quadragesimo Anno by Pius XI. He says that liberalism and liberalism as an economic system, which is just, he refers to socialism and liberalism as two economic systems. So liberalism in this case would be a free market capitalist system, which is not circumscribed within a strong judicial framework. Strong judicial framework is, of course, a term that I love, that it comes from Centesimus Annus under John Paul II. But Jones points out that if you don't circumscribe the free market within a judicial framework for the express purpose of having it serve your social framework, then your social framework or your economic policy will cannibalize your social policy. So there's that.
About something even more important: how to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters.
This is true, right? I fully agree with this. I think we would just disagree with who frauds and grifters are, or if the line stops there, right? Like, I think we should not be letting Ben Shapiro speak be a thought leader in American conservatism. American conservatism needs to be based on Christianity, and this is something I've said for years. And I said this on Pints with Aquinas years ago after the Dennis Prager debacle. That I don't think people like Tim Pool, Dennis Prager, Ben Shapiro should be allowed to be thought leaders in the conservative movement because they're not Christian. And the American conservative movement needs to be based on Christianity. And if you don't believe in this Christianity that we believe in, then you are not conservative and you are not a part of the same political movement, because conservatism needs to be not about conserving social values as social values. They need to be about conserving Christian social values and building places where Christian families can live in Christian communities and build better Christian churches. And this kind of social values for social values, or free market for the sake of free market, completely exempts that. So there's that.
Thing is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the legacy media gate.
Let me catch up with the chat real quick. I think I may be wrong, but national politics inherently revolves around foreign policy. It's just a valid answer to the FP question. Foreign policy question is, I do not care about what anyone else does. That's true, but that's not. That I agree with you. However, that is not a. That's not a. That's not an. That you agree with me then that the premise of how do we spread our interests is a false premise. So I agree with you on that. Yeah. What's the Twitch link again? Twitch.tv/the Sanity Revolt. I think Shapiro values the economic system more than the social system, so long as the social system supports Israel and Judaism. I find this to be, I think I would agree with you, and I think Ben has admitted that. I don't think he's admitted that in those words. I think he might hesitate to admit that in those words, but I think his other statements, such as my biggest guarantor of continued loyalty to the United States, or my biggest the biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the continued existence of the state of Israel. I think that is a statement which means he's admitted that. I don't know if he would admit it in those terms, but I don't see a substantive difference between what you're saying he believes and what he's saying he believes.
Keepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos, because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that, a danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry.
This is true. I think Ben's attacks on Candace are largely correct, like 99% correct, honestly, to the point that it would be pointless to point out where I would disagree with him. But I do think that him saying we shouldn't hide the ball when he was a never-Trumper and has sought to define Make America Great Again as the MAGA movement, as somebody who thinks that the MAGA movement, or has publicly admitted in the past that he thought the MAGA movement was a problem. Yeah, I find that to be hypocritical. This is another instance where Ben is either either not comprehending what time it is and what the debate is, or he's lying.
If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats.
That's true.
Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friend.
The problems are not the arguments against Candace. They're where he takes it from that initial point to then lump in the rest of his enemies or wayward employees. That's true. Although I will clarify that Ben is not I don't know what Ben's ownership stake in Daily Wire is actually. Let me just say that. I don't know that he does own it, and I don't know that he makes management decisions on a day-to-day basis. So there's that. Obviously, I'm assuming that he has some ownership stake as part of his contract. I just don't know how big that is and how much say he has in management decisions. So there's that. Yeah.
To cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second.
So this is where I think, so you have three levels here, right? So we have a moral obligation as people with a microphone to call it out. Yes, I think probably. And I do think that Tucker, I tweeted this. I think your first obligation is to confront her privately if you know her privately. And I think that this is true for any time you disagree with someone and in the movement if you know them personally. And I think it's true that they shouldn't have had to do it. Now, the problem here is...
for years is just as cowardly. Said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly.
The lumping in as it's just as cowardly to not confront her on my pet issues that she has been disagreeing with me on for years that I'm qualifying as conspiracies. Now, Candace believes some things that I think are conspiracies, right? And that are stupid, right? Like I obviously think the Brigitte Macron thing is really dumb. Whether or not it's true is irrelevant. It's stupid. But to lump that or whether or not the USS Liberty thing is true, which I think it is, and I don't accept the narrative that Ben presents in his Q&A after his speech that Israel didn't know, and then once they did find out, they stopped. They were flying the U.S. flag. I really doubt they didn't know. So what he's doing here is this rhetorical move where he's using people's anger and emotion at Candace. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. I'll give him that. Like, this is great rhetoric. To use people's anger at her now, to lump in the other pet issues he disagrees with her on, and then make those pet issues as important to them as important to them as this one thing, which I think is beyond the pale, right? I think Candace is completely out of line with the Charlie Kirk stuff. And the like murder conspiracies, like it is beyond the pale. It is evil, and he's completely right about that. However, to basically, you guys see what I'm saying. To lump them in one after the other is just, it's a joke, right? It's a joke. It's either bad faith and he knows they're not as important, or Ben's values are completely out of line here to say that, questioning things like the USS Liberty are as evil as saying that Erica may have been complicit in the murder of her husband. Those two things are not even close to each other, right? Like, one is orders of magnitude worse. So there's that. AJK says personal, then take 2 or 3 witnesses who are of authority and integrity, and he didn't say this, but then go public. This is correct. And as we'll see with the Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec segment, Megyn Kelly, who he's going to name in this speech, did just this. She was the one who parlayed and worked as the moderator and the go-between between Erica and Candace to have their private discussion. So Ben is assuming ill will on things he does not know about, which it is an indictment of Ben. There's no way around that. That's an indictment, because he's blaming her. He's blaming Megyn Kelly for something that he does not know enough information to have blamed her for. He's assuming ill will on her because he disagrees with her on other issues.
Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not. On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice?
Yeah, so I don't need to point this out, but what I just said, I think he's guilty of that himself.
And prosperity. On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people.
This star animation that they have is great because I can look at it while I don't listen.
With each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff. It's generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship.
Yeah, so I think this is where Ben kind of proves my point that we ought to have Christians in the conservative movement, because he is assuming and I don't mean this as like a all Jews do this thing, but the more Jewish paradigm here is that if something's public, you should just go straight to public, whereas the Christian paradigm is that you should start in private. And the reason is because he's not Christian. So, yeah.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, "My goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this," and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, "into this on one side," that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erica Kirk's side.
This is a rhetorical move that Legate was talking about, right? He's talking about he was talking about the problem being he's taking his arguments against Candace and applying and lumping in other people he sees as enemies, which while he's calling Megyn a friend, he clearly sees her as an enemy.
You know, the side of the widow with 2 children whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with a person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, you know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the Vice President of the United States is a, quote, "fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet." The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to own it.
Okay, Ben, what is worse? And I think those things are a problem. I think that Nick and his followers, I would say what James Fishback says about them, they love America and they tend to be, on average, smarter politically than most people. Those specific quotes, and I think Nick's shock jock tendencies are out of line and inappropriate for someone who wants to be a serious political actor. And his fans have said terrible things about me. That being said, what is worse, saying mean things or buying children from a woman via surrogacy and then depriving them of that motherhood, all the while having in the contract you have with that surrogate that if the child is defective in some way, if they have a birth defect of some kind, that child would be murdered. Has Ben Shapiro, and I'm legitimately asking this, so if somebody has this clip or has this post where Ben Shapiro has publicly denounced and disassociated from Dave Rubin, I would like to see it. I think that it doesn't exist. I have not found it. I haven't been able to find it. I haven't seen it. And so I think, once again, Ben is holding his enemies to a standard he himself is not living up to, which is a problem for obvious reasons. You need to own up to these things, like Ben is saying. If you disagree with someone, you should be saying where you disagree with them, right? And Tucker has said where he disagrees with Nick, I think. I think. Maybe he hasn't. But that doesn't make the interview I think this is, and I hate to do the nuance bro thing, but I think this is more nuanced than that, right? Nick has such a huge following of young men, and he's clearly a thought leader with young men. And so interviewing him as a figure on the reactionary right, which Tucker is, to figure out what he believes and what is true, what he really believes and what his real worldview is in a serious setting, I can see an argument for why that is necessary, right? Right, and I think that this is consistent. I've been consistent on this because when Matt was going to interview Dennis Prager, Matt asked me, and I told him, and we've talked about this, so this is not me saying anything out of line. That's only in private conversation. You know, he said that this is probably what he wanted to do. That he wanted to say the interview can still go on if we can talk about the comments you made about pornography. And I thought that was the correct thing to do. And so I can see a situation where someone espouses evil rhetoric off the cuff or espouses evil rhetoric or rhetoric you disagree with or find harmful, where interviewing them is not out of bounds. So I disagree with his principle. However, what I'm saying is that given his principle, I don't think he's living up to it. And I say think as in think. I'm not sure. If he has said Dave Rubin is a despicable person, Dave Rubin is evil for buying children, Dave Rubin is evil for, valuing human beings made in the image of God based on their genetics, and not based on their inherent value, then good for him. But I haven't seen that. And, people on Ben's side in this debate, the intra right wing debate between what I would call the establishment right wing and the reactionary right wing, or the new right, like Joel Berry, when confronted with this very conundrum, what is worse, Nick Fuentes saying mean things or Ben Shapiro being a child trafficker? When confronted with that very question, Joel Berry refused to answer. So I think that even if Ben has done this, which he may have, and if he did, good for him, I think that you still have an issue. I think you still have this issue. I think the issue still is the establishment right living up to this principle that he says they are living up to? And I don't see them doing that.
There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up, and he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests.
Okay, so I'm going to stop here and point something out, because this is going to come up later. Because we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about this now. So there has been some discussion on Twitter that later when Tucker says that Ben is arguing for deplatforming and censorship, that's not what Ben was saying. First of all, let me say this. The Tate interview was terrible. I think it was a dishonest interview. I think Candace's Tate interview was dishonest as well. However, let's focus on the principles here, right? We don't want to be utilitarian and say the outcomes, and we want to focus on the principles here. I totally forget where I was going. What was I saying? Let me just back it up and play it again.
Historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests.
The host. So if Ben's argument is you should not be allowed to interview certain people, or it is immoral to interview certain people, then Ben's argument is that certain people should not receive airtime and therefore should be effectively censored. So whether or not Ben said censorship, whether or not Ben said, I don't believe in free speech, is irrelevant, because the position he seems to be taking is that free speech is conditional on your views, or your access to espouse your views ought to be conditional. And once again, hosts are responsible. So you know what? Let's just look it up.
And the questions
let's just look this up real quick, okay? Let's look up. Let me look up if Ben has condemned. Let's look up Ben's Dave Rubin, right? Ben Shapiro. Dave Rubin. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I'm not finding. So, as recently as last year, Ben Shapiro went on Dave Rubin's podcast. Now, if hosts are responsible for who they have, surely you're responsible for using your fame to boost other podcasts as well. Here's the interview I'm talking about. Surely you're also responsible for this. If I think it has to be a two-way street. If you're responsible for who you interview, you're responsible for whom you get interviewed by and whose platform you boost by being interviewed by them.
They ask those guests.
And let's just end the questions they ask those guests. Let's see if he...
Anytime he wants?
Let's find the transcript here. So, children. So there's two. Okay, let's see if there's anything about surrogacy in here. Surrogacy, I'm not finding it. Adopt. Okay, I'm not seeing that either. So I'm not seeing any place. I mean, I'd have to watch this interview, and obviously we don't have time to watch it tonight, but there's that. There's also this. Let's look this up, actually. Here is a host on the Daily Wire promoting gay parenting. Here's a host on the Daily Wire promoting gay parenting. Surely the Daily Wire then fails Ben Shapiro's test. I wonder if Ben viewed Dave buying children as actually as a bad thing. I think he definitely did. I'm just saying that I think he fails this test. So I think the Daily Wire and I think Ben fails the test. He's pushing on everyone. By the way, Twitch chat doesn't show up on screen. Yeah, it's broken for some reason. I don't know why. I think because I changed the @ on Twitch and I did not realize that would break it until after I went live. So I would have had to turn off the stream and turn it back on again. And I didn't want to do that. And I did not see you up here. So thank you so much for that, Furnace Operator. But thank you for watching on Twitch. And there's a bot in here. There's a bot in my Twitch chat advertising selling views, which I think would probably get me banned. So let's just no, not shield mode. Open, no. I thought that would be moderator view, turn off. Mod view, here we go. And let's just ban this guy. The guy that was advertising fake views, not the guy who just told me on the guy who just told me the chat's not showing up. I apologize for the chat not showing up. And I apologize for missing it. It's up in a different window. Let me move this down here so I can see it for you. Let me just move this right here. Okay, Furnace Operator, I can now see it. They're side by side on my other window, so I can see it now. Thank you for pointing that out. Sorry about the tech error.
Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just guessing questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owen says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded, and we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flag for Jeffrey Epstein.
Ben said that his biggest guarantor of loyalty, I'm going to keep bringing it up. His biggest guarantor of loyalty is the continued existence of a foreign state. That's loyalty to a foreign government.
Check the record. Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does, and it's really cute when it comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system. And they don't have access to actual information. They're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence. Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence, they are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process. Finally, because it is our job to make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems, in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse. Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life, none of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control, you can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail. Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious, the United States is still the greatest bit of that begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth.
What?
And true victory
What?
only
What?
constitutes that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest begins with truth. We owe you that quest. Serious. The United States is still the greatest bit of that begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth.
There. That's weird.
And true victory only.
Hello, Paul.
Constitution ever devised by man. Thanks so much. Happy to take a couple questions.
That's weird. There's a cut there. All right, we're not going to watch the Q&A. The Q&A, the main thing for the Q&A is there's a question about the USS Liberty. Ben Shapiro says that friendly fire incidents happen all the time, and that Israel stopped when they realized it was the United States. So, there's that. Okay, moving right along. We're going to watch just the beginning of this Knowles speech. Here it is, right here. I am convicted when you go into Gnostic, just asking questions spiral, you can come out mentally ill on the other side. It will drive you insane.
Constitutes the basis of
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Thank you all very much. Are there like 500,000 people here? How many? This is unbelievable. Every year, I would say it every year I come, it's 1,000 people, it's 5,000 people, 10,000, now this year I think we've reached about 4 million people. This is packed to the gills, people everywhere. Thank you very, very much. It is always great to be at America Fest, which, through the efforts of TPUSA and TPUSA's founder, has become the largest, most energetic, most crucial gathering of young conservatives in the country. America Fest is always a highlight of the year on the American right. It has to be if we're going to sneak away from our families and abandon the kids right before Christmas. It has always got to be, and it always is, fabulous. It's especially important, however, for us all to be here this year to pay tribute to our great friend, Charlie Kirk. Everyone in this room, I suspect, has paid tribute to Charlie in some way or other over the past few months. The way everything happened, Charlie and I actually were supposed to host an event together 12 days after a leftist ended his life. Many more events followed. Charlie, as you all know, had a lot of friends. He had roughly 30 or 40,000 friends, I think. Actually, many more than that. They came in and they helped to finish that tour as well. Amid all of the tributes, people have praised Charlie's debate skills. It was very unfortunate to be on the wrong side of Charlie debating. He was very good at it. They praised Charlie's ability to fundraise, his power to motivate voters, and, in the words of the White House Chief of Staff, to make the winning difference in the presidential election. He did all of those things at as high a level as anyone in the country. But Charlie's distinctive skill, his distinctive gift among so many, his most Christian gift, was his ability to make peace within a fractious coalition. Erica spoke beautifully about this earlier. Blessed are the peacemakers. Everyone and his mother has an opinion. It is not hard to have an opinion. It is not hard to pick fights, to accuse, to gossip, to defame, and to revile. In our age, it can be very lucrative. What's more, it can be entertaining. What is harder is to build, to refine, to assuage, to unite, and to advance. What is harder is to mediate, to harmonize, to suffer setbacks with patience, and to offer grace to those who often don't deserve it. Charlie did the harder thing.
True. Fact check, true.
Why did he do it? Why did he do any of it? Ultimately, he would say it was for his faith in Christ. Politically, he did the harder thing because he knew we had to win. Charlie was a great debater, but he understood that politics is not debate club. There are real threats, real costs to losing. There are real goods to be won. And there is a real chance that we can win if we are willing to sacrifice some pride and put in the often thankless work of keeping a team or an army together moving down the field. This is the last event that Charlie will have left us. That hit me this morning as I was flying out here. This is the last one. He planned out his tour, he wrote his book, and this is the last one. The people on this stage, and the many more people in the seats, all of you, you are the people that he invited. This is the team. This is the army, right here. You might not like some of the people that he brought onto the team. You might prefer that he invited some people that he excluded from the team. But this is it. And whatever you think, the leftists who perpetrated, excused, justified, and celebrated Charlie's assassination make no distinctions between any of us, any of the people in this room. We are all the same to them. So what are we doing here? We are paying tribute to our friend, and we are charting a path forward, a task made much more difficult in the absence of our generation's political peacemaker, without whose leadership we find ourselves in the latest right-wing civil war. I say the latest right-wing civil war because there's always some civil war going on the right. Right-wingers are too independent-minded to avoid it. There are, by my count, two factions on the left. There are the progressives and the very progressives. And John Fetterman. If I'm being fair, there's also John Fetterman. There is, whatever he is. On the right, however, we have the populists, the fusionists, the neocons, the paleocons, the Wall Street conservatives, the Main Street conservatives, the religious right, the irreligious right, the libertarians, the traditionalists, and half a dozen other ideologies in the middle, all vying for power, all accusing the others of not being truly or sufficiently conservative. Now, all of these factions conveniently point to some period or other in the long history of American conservatism to prove that they are the sole true keepers of the conservative flame. The free-trading fusionists accuse the pro-tariff populists of betraying the true conservatism of Ronald Reagan. Never mind that Reagan protected steel and cars and automobiles and semiconductors. Forget about that part. They're the true conservatives. The neocons accuse the foreign policy realists of abandoning the truly conservative global leadership of George W. Bush. Never mind that George W. Bush campaigned for president on foreign policy restraint and against nation building. Forget about that. The classical liberals accuse the post-liberals, the boomers accuse the zoomers, and on and on and on and on. Each faction claims that true conservatism includes only its own narrow ideology. The actual history of the American right tells a different story. In America alone, the right has been the party of tariffs, actually founded on tariffs, and then we hated tariffs, and now we kind of like tariffs again.
So there's that. That's the part I wanted to get through. So Michael's point, it's hard to hear Shapiro's speech attacking other speakers at this event, and then to hear Michael come up and say, this is the team, you might not like it, but this is the team Charlie built. And it's hard to hear that and then not believe that that is in some way targeted at, if not Shapiro's position. So there's you see the problem. Left has far left, left, and the old left. Now that's right wing. Honestly, it's insulting that as far as right is that far right is lumped in together with the old left. Yeah, that does tend that seems to be the case. So there's that. It seems it's difficult to hear Shapiro's speech and then to hear Knowles and not think that Knowles is in some way talking about Shapiro's position. That's all I wanted to point out from that speech. All right. Here we go. Let's do it. Hopefully this,
Oh, what a trip.
there we go.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Walking out is always such a trip at these things. I just got here, and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when, like, Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes, and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for, like, deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious. Actually, one of the clips, I was listening to myself, thinking as I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events, they always play, like, the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that. We don't see ourselves clearly. But the prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole, like, Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump. And because I'm just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay, it's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking or being heard because you immediately go to motive, well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them, and that they someday may be asked to denounce you, and that friendship is not a reason to defend someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reached the end of that, and as far as I'm concerned, we have, and I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that. If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure, and I think Erica, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love, and who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing the core principle of Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes. That is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings, created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael Knowles, my friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government. So Charlie was committed to that. But the people around him were like, you can't because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen to, he's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. Which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. We don't care what you say. You're lying. You are. So let me just affirm one final time. Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it. I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral. In my religion. It is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period. But that is not a limited principle. That is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from hating people for how they were born. Because God created them with his spark in his image. Because they have souls. You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights. They apply to every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every group, every human, because we don't consider people in terms of the groups to which they belong. We consider them as individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral as hating any other group. And that would include other groups in the United States that are hated and have been under attack for decades. And that would include white men who did nothing to become white men. They were born that way. And just because you have a beef with a white man, let's just say Donald Trump, doesn't mean you get to punish all the rest of the white men in the country. And yet, our leaders, not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and 2 others, every single one for more than 10 years has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias. Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians. Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic church planter and apostle of Christianity. In one day. He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being, every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies. There cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from the stage. They say, if we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt, and collective punishment in this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to know what makes America exceptional, it's that idea. And it's our job to defend it. So I guess I would just say to the many organizations now, and particularly this applies to the Anti-Defamation League.
Before we get to the ADL, AJK Penguin says, oh, hello. You can tell people to shut up. I think it's a bit more difficult to actually shut them up. That's true. Giving the benefit of the doubt, I'll allow the floor in an orderly fashion and allow for appropriate portion when the floor time is up by rule and order. I have no idea what that means. Paul, I watched Noel's reaction to this, and he remarked that Tucker's response was of more liberal origin. Yeah, I think so. Based on freedom of speech stuff. Like the liberal in the sense of more rights, less restriction. That's probably true. And I think that yeah, I think that's probably true. I do think though that this is why I was focusing less on you can't tell somebody to shut up and focusing more on the fact that Ben is proposing standards to which he falls short. So that was why my argument was there and not based on freedom of speech as freedom of speech. Sorry, I've got some reflux going on. Haley said she's literally listening to 3 kids tell each other to shut up. That's pretty funny.
Which has cheered on anti-white hatred for decades, has attacked anyone who said anything about it, which has been one of the most aggressive cheerleaders for hate against white men in the United States, now trying to lecture the rest of us about hate. I would say it's enough to point out the irony of that. Come to our side, which is the side of humanity, and oppose all hate against all people. say out loud, hate against whites is every bit as bad as hate against Jews. It's a universal principle, or it's not a principle. It's just a preference. If it's not a universal principle, it's not a principle, it's just a preference. It's just identity politics. And we've had enough of that. And that's the one thing that will destroy this country, certainly. The only thing that will save it is the understanding that principles upon which America was founded apply to every single human being always. So I just want to say that. By way of saying that I'm not just situationally opposed to anti-Semitism, I'm actually opposed to anti-Semitism. And I hope that the ADL will join me. I'll send them money, by the way, if they come out against hate aimed at anyone and everyone. I hope they will. But let me just say something more broadly about where the conservative movement, whatever that is, the people who voted for Trump, the Trump coalition, and the supposed civil war going on within that group. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I think it's totally fake. I don't think, and I've had cause to think a lot about this because I've been unwittingly involved in the proxy war. There are two things going on here, and I'm not guessing. One is jockeying for position post-Trump. So Trump created this amazing coalition, bringing in people who had never voted Republican before but were very enthusiastic about him. And that coalition took over the most powerful government in the history of the world. So there's a lot at stake here. And so the question becomes, who gets to run it after? Who gets the machinery when the president exits the scene? And there are a lot of people in Washington, maybe even in this room, who aren't quite sure what they want, but they know they don't want J.D. Vance. Okay? And so the attack, and you heard it from the stage tonight. There's someone here who's a very bad man, and he's friends with J.D. Vance. Could be me. I am sad about being used in a proxy war over politics in which I'm not involved in any level. I'm not an advisor to anybody. But I just think I should say that out loud, okay? There are people who are mad at J.D. Vance, and they're stirring up a lot of this in order to make sure he doesn't get the nomination. So this is true. So this raises the obvious question, which is, why are they mad at J.D. Vance? Such a nice guy, which he is. They're mad at J.D. Vance because...
Okay, so I know a lot of you guys, I know a lot of my viewers are not a fan of J.D. Vance. I am. I know you guys know that. However, I think that even my viewers who are not fans of J.D. Vance will admit that Tucker is correct about this. The establishment rights attacks and attempts to own reorient the MAGA movement and to reorient conservatism back towards the establishment 2000s narrative are doing it for the express purpose, not the express purpose, but are doing it because their motivation is to stop J.D. Vance from getting the nomination. Now, like I said, you can feel how you want about J.D. Vance, but I think this is true, and I think it's telling. And there are reasons for wanting to stop him. The reasons for wanting to stop him are important because they tell us whether or not why they would dislike us, right? Or whether they would dislike us as well, whether they've lumped JD in with us, right? So you heard Michael say this, and I don't think this is controversial on the right, and I think everyone would agree with this, that the trans activists in the left view, Shapiro and Levin and us as equal. We're all equally evil because we oppose gender ideology and because we oppose progressivism and leftism. I think you would. I believe you would all agree with that. So let's use the same principle. Why? And that tells us what they really value. What their main value is hatred of human nature and liberal progressivism, liberal leftism. Now, so why do they dislike J.D. Vance? And do they lump maybe you who don't like J.D. in with J.D.? That's an important question. I think I don't remember what Tucker's going to say here, actually, to be totally honest with you. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But the question is important whether or not you like JD. And I think you watching, you a hypothetical viewer who doesn't like JD Vance for one reason or another, if you're going to operate politically and be politically knowledgeable and be a political ball knower, know the score, then you should care about this too.
He is the one person, and things could change, of course, but right now, who really kind of buys the core idea of the Trump coalition. Now, what is that idea? Ladies and gentlemen, anyone know? Anyone know? America first. It's America first. It's really simple. Which I notice some people are pretty anxious to retire that phrase. Remember when they told us? That's a bigoted phrase. Really? It is. And then they just decided to ignore it in favor of MAGA, Make America Great Again, which I'm obviously for. But how do you make America great again? By putting America first. Now, what does that mean? I'll be more precise. It's not a complicated concept. It's a really simple concept. The U.S. government, the largest organization in human history.
And so Tucker's position here is that they don't want JD because JD values America before anything else, and he's willing to sacrifice the good of other nations. He's willing to sacrifice, pure economic capitalism for the good of America, for the common good, which is a Catholic principle, which is a Christian principle, that politics is oriented towards the common good of the citizens, of the people. Specifically, in Christian and Catholic social teaching, you will find the phrase the preferential option for the poor, where you have to orient your political system in a way which the poor are given preference to the rich. And the quotation is, paraphrase is that the rich have many ways of protecting themselves and the poor do not. So, if they don't like JD because he's America first, they don't like you because you're America first. Now, I'm not saying you have to like JD, but what I am saying is you should be intellectually honest and politically savvy enough to realize that JD is a better choice for you than something else.
With the most well-funded military in history, ought to, in all the decisions it makes, put the interests of American citizens first. That's it. Oh, that's creepy. Sounds kind of fascist. You gonna invade Poland now? No, just the opposite. In fact, the original America Firsters were kind of against wars, and the current ones are too. Actually, it just means what it sounds like. The government ought to serve the people who pay for it, who elected them, in whose name the business of government is conducted. That's all it means. Now, there are two things to know about this idea. The first is, almost everyone's for that. Like, what percentage, if you polled that idea in the supposedly fractious Trump coalition that's in the middle of a civil war, what percentage of people disagree with that? Well, a few. You know, people whose names you know. Well, that sounds like America only. No, it's not. Just America first, simple. But like probably 95% of Trump voters would be for that. And I bet you like probably 70% of people who didn't vote for Trump would be for that. And if you calm down and explain it to them, probably like 90%. Why? Because it's self-evident, like most true things. And moreover, and think this through for a second, there is no other legitimate rationale for running our government. We have self-government. This is a democratic republic. It exists for our benefit.
This is where Tucker, being a right liberal, kind of falls short, because he's saying that this is because we're self-governed and because we're a republic, when it's not. This is just the purpose of government. I'm reading a really interesting book right now by Hans Hermann Oppe. Hans Hermann Oppe. I think it's Hans Hermann Oppe, but it's pronounced Hans. It's spelled Hans Hermann Hoppe or Hoppe. It's called Democracy, the God That Failed. And he worked at the Mises Institute when he wrote it. I don't know if he still does. It's kind of funny. The book's kind of funny, but the point of the book is that monarchy is a better form of government than democracy, which that's why I'm reading it, because it's a good extended argument for why monarchy is preferable to democracy. Now, the problem is that this guy's conclusion is that therefore we should have no government. Like, monarchy is better than democracy, so we should have nothing. Which is dumb. But the arguments for monarchy or against democracy are very good. So that's, part of the reason I'm reading it. But the other thing that's really interesting, hello, happy random art. The other thing that's really interesting is in the introduction, he kind of sums up this argument as that monarchy is privately owned government and democracy is publicly owned government. And therefore, in monarchy, it's more in the interest of the rulers and the ruler to run the government well than it is for an amorphous public to run the government well. So there's that. I see we have 15 viewers. Hello to all 15 viewers. If you haven't said hi in the chat, please say hi in the chat. And if you would be so kind as to go to twitch.tv/the Sanity Revolt and watch on both platforms so that we can get some watch time and grow on both platforms simultaneously, that would be great. We'll continue here. Monarchy as privately owned government is not something I would agree with at first glance. Yeah, I don't think it's true. This is where the Mises Institute guy is really funny, where Hop is being really, like, this is why the book is really funny. Mark Barnes, I ran into Mark Barnes the other day at the coffee shop, and we were laughing when I was telling him about it. Monkey Wolf, thank you for the follow on Twitch. We were laughing about the idea of monarchy as privately owned government, because it's kind of a funny argument, but I think the actual thing that he's observing is that monarchy is, it's more in the interest of the ruler, of a single ruler who's going to have to pass on the government and the country to their progeny to run it well and to be a good governor. And I think obviously that the best example of this is Louis IX, who saw it as in his interest and saw it as his duty to not only pass on a well-run government, to run the government well, but then he wrote an extended treatise on how to run the government, how to rule, how to be a good monarch to his progeny, because that was his duty. It's his government. It's and those are, true things. Oh, Chiola's here. Hey, Chiola. I think that's how you pronounce it. Christian, I always pronounce your name Christian Chiola. If that is incorrect, can you please type the phonetic spelling of your name? I want to get your pronunciation correct. I am Pancake. Thank you for being here as well.
Documents are written that way. The point of the American Revolution was to make that point. And so if you're not operating a federal government on behalf of U.S. citizens, you're illegitimate. You actually have no right to rule. Period. And if you disagree,
this is true.
Tell me what the other legitimate justification is. Oh, because my friends or people I agree with or in my, interest group no.
Kyle.
The government
okay, I was
must, this is non-negotiable, operate on behalf of American citizens. So once you realize that that's the statement at the center of the debate, it all becomes pretty clear. Really clear, actually. It's not an ideological debate. There's nothing ideological about that. I've got all kinds of kooky ideological views. I love Knowles' list of all the views. I probably had most of them in my long and varied life. I have fewer now.
Yeah, that's true.
I just kind of want to see a good faith effort to improve the country. That's it. And I'm ever aware that I'm not exactly sure the right way a lot of times. Are tariffs the best way to help the country? I don't know. I hope so. Not an expert. All I really care about is that the people in charge care, that they love the people they lead. That is the first and most important requirement of leadership. A father who loves his children may make mistakes, probably will, inevitably will.
So long the wise. Thank you for your follow.
But if he loves his kids, he'll do a pretty good job, and they'll be fine. An officer who loves his men, he can't control the battle, but they'll do better than the officer who doesn't.
I'm going to say it again. This is eminently demonstrated in the life of Louis IX. Of course, there's this really famous picture. Saint Louis IX. There's this very famous, this one, can I find the full version? This one of Louis IX being marched in shackles through Egypt. And the reason he was in shackles in Egypt, the reason he was captured in Egypt is because he and his guard, during a retreat in the crusade, made sure they were the last ones on the boat. And as a result, they were captured. And he did that because he loved his men, so there's that, I once again, when you need to know how to live when you need to know the way to fulfill an office, to do a thing in a holy manner, then you should do it. You ought to do it. You should and you ought to do it in a way that somebody we know is a holy person did it. And Louis IX did it well. And so I think he's correct about this.
Loves his people will, over time, tend to make wiser decisions on their behalf. But the leaders who don't care at all, they'll destroy your country. And that is absolutely what we've had. That's, by the way, not noted. as an effort to blackpill you, or an effort to discourage you or convince you you have no agency or control. You have a lot of control. You just change the government. Good. But if you want to know what the debate is going forward and what your job is going forward, it's holding your leaders to that very simple standard. Not on tariffs or any of these specific policy questions necessarily, but on their motive. Can you look me in the face and explain to me why the thing that you are doing, the money you're appropriating, can you tell me why that helps our country and our people? Tell me how. And if you're doing the whole shut up racist thing, then I have a right to question your motives, actually. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer that question? Why do you have to imply that some college kid is like some kind of Hitlerite or something because he's asking about an event? Like, what? By the way, it is okay to ask questions. And I thought that was like the whole reason we were against the left. They're not going to force you to get up there and make ritual denunciations because this isn't my religion, it's politics. By the way, your politics do not trump my love for other people. I remember my brother once said, I have one brother who's my best friend, and he once said something lunatic, as brothers do. And I remember all these reporters, one from the Washington Post, which used to be a newspaper in Washington, calling me and being like, will you denounce your brother? I said, son, if my brother went on a drug-related murder spree, I would not denounce him. What? Are you for drug-related murder sprees? No, I'm for my brother. And nothing will ever make me not for my brother. And I'd probably tell him no more drug-related murder sprees for you. I'm not for that. I'm not for a lot of things, actually. But I will never, ever denounce people I love to satisfy the mob. Right?
This is so true. Like, this is obviously true. And if you can't see this, I think I doubt your ability to operate politically, right? The point of this is you have to, that's a funny pause moment. The point of this is that you cannot treat the people you love, your kin or your countrymen, in a way that is you have to treat them in a way that you don't love them, right? You have to treat them as if you do love them. You shouldn't publicly get up and say, oh, he's so terrible, he's so evil. You know, that's not what you're supposed to do. What is that flickering on my camera? Is my camera flickering? That's so odd. My camera's flickering, huh? And I don't know what it is.
I mean, it's crazy. So as you think through, like, what should this movement be, and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument, because they don't have one. Shut up, Nazi is no different from shut up, racist. It's a little more annoying, actually. And I would just say this, too, because the passion is real, the anger is real. I feel it sometimes. I try not to get involved, but somehow I keep involving myself. And I try not to read the internet because I don't feel like it's good for my soul, but, you know, more addictive than cigarettes. I quit cigarettes, not Twitter. I think I'm going back to cigarettes and giving up Twitter. Whatever, I don't want to burden you. Not kidding, actually. But anyway, the point is, you need to remember, if you're a Christian, and I think there are a lot of them in this room, that Jesus makes demands on you and holds standards for you that are very different from those, as my friend, close friend, Russell Brand so beautifully explained, they're very different from those of the world, which really is controlled by Satan. It's hard even to say that because it's so dark, but it's also so true. So don't be surprised. When Jesus sends out the disciples, like one of my favorite passages in the whole New Testament, when Jesus in Matthew 10 sends the disciples out, he's just picked them like 10 minutes before. He's like, all right, I want you guys road trip, no money, no clothes, no staff, and by the way, you're going to get flogged, you're going to get beaten with whips and arrested. I'm sure they're all thinking like, what? I thought we were the winners here. And when that happens, like, don't worry about what you're going to say, the Holy Spirit will speak for you. And I'm like, I just can't get over the blasé way in which he just tells them the world is going to try and kill you, which by the way it did. I think all of them end up getting killed. And that's just the baseline. We're promised that, it's a fact. You get up and give a speech about Jesus, you talk about Jesus, you try to live out his commands, you're going to get attacked. Okay, we know that. Don't whine. Here's the pitfall. Here's the trap.
Oh, I just saw that chat. Levi's well. He's just trying to get attention for some reason right now, even though normally he's pretty sleepy at this time. He was coming over here to see me, but he was walking under the desk, which is, the one place he cannot walk under. Because if he catches his head on a cord or something, he could pull stuff down.
Is becoming hateful yourself. And I sincerely believe that this is a spiritual battle. And I'm not saying everyone who disagrees with me is on the side of evil. I don't think that. I think I'm often wrong. I know that I am. But I do think that fundamentally, this is light versus darkness. I do. And darkness is characterized by rage and division and chaos and confusion. And light is God is characterized by the opposite of those things. And I've noticed this. There are attempts to make people hateful. One of the reasons people scream insults in your face is to provoke a reaction from you and make you hate them. They want you to hate them. They want you to become what they call you. Why? Because evil feeds on hate. That's why. So don't participate in that. And the way that I try to keep myself from becoming what they say I am is by remembering that I am on the most basic level no better than my persecutors. I am no better than my persecutors. And that's why I'm commanded to pray for them. Because we've all fallen short of Jesus, period. And I'm reminded of that every day in the structure of the Lord's Prayer, where we first are told by Jesus to ask for forgiveness for our sins before we start diagnosing the plank in our neighbor's, or in the speck in our neighbor's eye. The whole thing begins with, I'm a pompous douchebag, I'll admit it. That's essential. It's essential. We are called to be righteous, but not self-righteous. And we're also called, and I have to say this before opening it up to your hostile questions, we should also be very on guard against people who try to leverage the Word of God, the words of Jesus, for political ends. That is a dangerous thing to do. I don't want to do that. And I attempt every time. This is all sort of new to me. I'm so obviously not a great Christian that it's not like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I want to be like him. But there are people.
I hesitate here to say that leveraging the words of Jesus for political ends is wrong. Maybe the word leveraging is operative here. However, I think looking to the words of Jesus for the express purpose of knowing how to operate politically or how to operate and love one another is obviously wise. And I think that's a political act when done in a group, in a community. So I don't, it's hard to tell what Tucker means by this. And his next comments, now that I'm thinking about this in this way, that what he's going to say next, which I found really odd. I found it really odd. Anyway, might shed some light on it.
Particularly Christian ministers, I have noticed, who are preaching a political message and pretending that it's the gospel. So let me just say, and I think my theology is right, I'm hardly a theologian, God is not on any country's side. Certain countries can decide to be on God's side, and that is true for people too, okay? God doesn't have a partisan affiliation, he doesn't have a nationality, and if someone is telling you otherwise, that is just not true. It is not true. And I would also call your attention to the very obvious prohibitions in the New Testament against killing the innocent. We are not, as Christians, allowed to kill the innocent, period. We are not. And you see elaborate arguments on behalf of doing so or ignoring it. Oh, that always happens in war. Well, you're right. One of the reasons I'm not that into wars. But when it does happen, unavoidably, we have to say that's wrong. We have to say that. We have to acknowledge that was wrong. And I'm sorry for the extent to which I participated in it. Forgive me. Because killing people who committed no crime is immoral. It will always be immoral. And people who do it will be punished for it. And nations that endorse it will be punished for it. That's a fact. And you are seeing now a very intense effort to convince you otherwise. Oh, it's fine. They deserved it. Really, did their children deserve it? If a man commits a crime, do we kill his kids? I don't care if it's in Minneapolis or Gaza City. No, we don't. And if we do accidentally, we say, I am so sorry that we murdered someone who did nothing wrong, because it is murder. And to see Christian pastors make excuses for that is one of the most, and that's not a partisan question. That is not a political question. That is the only question that matters. Do we have the right to murder people? And the resounding answer that Christianity provides us is no. I don't get into the whole debate, I didn't even know the terms, dispensationalist, or whatever, replacement. I'm an Episcopalian, okay? I don't enter these debates, or was. My theology is super simple.
He's missing up the great replacement with supersessionism.
I actually think, was it Michael reading some of them here? I think any honest person says it's the essence of the Christian faith. And killing tens of thousands of children and then making excuses for it on behalf of a foreign government is not in there. It's antithetical to that. Sorry. It doesn't make me a hater, it makes me the opponent of hate. So now that I've alienated most in the crowd with my staunch position against violence, and power worship and money worship, which are also prohibited, and we should also keep that in mind, and in all of us is the desire to suck up to power and accumulate money we don't need. We're not allowed to. Sorry.
Based.
Anyway, now that I made everyone mad, are there any questions that I can answer? Yes. Shout it, baby. I'll hear it.
Okay.
We've got questions.
Okay. Well, we're going to skip the Q&A. He says some weird stuff about Islamophobia that I couldn't figure out where it came from. But it was odd. I disagreed with it. But it's an aside. It's not really a part of this ongoing debate, the thing we're talking about tonight. So we're just going to skip past that. So let's do this. God made a covenant with Israel, yet one must note, this is AJK here in the chat. Thank you, AJK, for the chat. One must note that it was more than just Judah. It also doesn't reference the current state of Israel. That's true. The current state of Israel is not the Israel which with God made a covenant. Another point that I forget who made this point to me the other day. That the Jews lose the Holy Land when they disobey God. And the Jewish people's rejection of Christ in the vein that they are Jewish religiously, like they practice Judaism, right? A rejection of the Messiah, a waiting on a Messiah which has already come. They have lost the right to the Holy Land. And I forget who said that to me, who pointed that out, but that's kind of what the famous Pius X quote in the Theodore Herzl diary is about. So that is that one. I am going to use the restroom real quick. Hold on just a second. I have to use the restroom really bad. I apologize. I will be right back. I'm back. How many viewers did we lose? I'm going to stare at my cats and listen to jazz. Jazz is good. I like jazz, unironically. think my dad did that. He used to listen to jazz all the time. So I want to show you guys this camera I got. It's sick. I got the Canon QL 17 G3. It is super cool. This is a rangefinder camera. You can hear the shutter is very quiet because there's no mirror in it, right? You hear that? It's much quieter than, hold on. Something like this, and the quietness is not necessarily a point of benefit, I don't think, but I want to just do this so you guys can hear the difference. I'm gonna burn a frame of this film, I guess. So that is, you can hear the mirror moving in that one. So the reason there's no mirror in the smaller one, the new one I just got, is because in an SLR, when you look through the viewfinder, here, you look through this prism, you look down, and then you look at a mirror that's angled, and so you look out the front. So you're looking through the lens. So this is called an SLR, a single lens reflex. Reflex. Or, SLR, single lens reflex. So it's one lens with a reflex mirror. As opposed to a TLR, which is a twin lens reflex, which are the older ones that are taller, you see. So you're looking through one lens to viewfind and another lens to see stuff. There's no film in this one, that's why I'm firing it more willy-nilly. So obviously how you find focus is you're looking through the lens and you're focusing the lens by seeing through the lens. The way you find focus in a rangefinder is you'll notice that there's two windows up here. And so you look through this window, and this window, light comes in through here, reflects off a prism. It comes in here, reflects off a prism, goes here, and then comes here. So you're looking at it. And the images don't line up. And you are taking the mirror in this window and you're angling it. And so you're creating the straight line here, and you have another one that you are angling. And that angle on a triangle, right? You're looking through here, and the lens, you're lining up this, and when you line it up right, this angle tells you what this distance is, like through through triangular math. So that's why it's called a rangefinder, because that's how rangefinders work. And that distance, you do that by this lever right here, this little lever right here on this one. And so what you're doing is you're using, it works the same as a rangefinder for golfing, yeah. What you're doing is you're using triangular math and a rangefinder tied to the same mechanism as the focusing mechanism on the camera. And so you can see right there, barely make them out, right there on the side, there's some numbers and there's a black line right there. What you're doing is you're lining up the distance with the camera. So you're simultaneously moving the lens to the focusing distance as you're finding the range with the rangefinder. And the reason people like rangefinders, the benefit of a rangefinder, so there are pros and cons to each type, but one of the pro of a rangefinder is that the distance from this little line right there, you can barely make it out, right there, that little line right there, is where the film is. That's called the film plane. So that's the plane the film is on. To the lens is shorter because there's no mirror in there. And you can see it on this one with that little white line. Not this one, but this white line back here. You can see that the distance from the lens to where the film plane is shorter. So that shorter distance, that's called the flange distance, results in a sharper image. So that is the newest camera I just got. I imported this one all the way from Japan. This came all the way from Japan, so. It's a super cool piece of old analog technology. You know the name for this, PLS. PLS is, I don't know what PLS stands for. I know it's triangle math. All right. Let's go to the next speech we're going to watch tonight. Trig. Yeah, it's trig. Trigonometry, triangle math, yeah. You know the name for this, please, is what he was meaning. All right, we're going to go to the next speech. We're going to watch Vivek. We're going to watch Vivek Ramaswamy. Question mark, why did my arrow key not move forward 5 seconds? And why did it go to a different thing? That's interesting.
USA! I.O. I love you, man. It's good to be here. I.O.
OH. Scoreboard. OH scoreboard. Scoreboard. OH scoreboard. Funny story. I got into an argument with a Ohio State fan at the Big Ten championship game because they kept doing OH IO in our section because it was about 50-50. The whole stadium was about 50-50. In our section, the Ohio State fans in our section kept going, OH, IO. And they started doing it right after they got absolutely dominated. And so this drunk guy starts yelling, OH. And everybody goes, IO. And he keeps doing it. And so I was just like, I'm going to screw with these guys. So every time he says IO, every time they say IO and the guy's yelling OH, scoreboard, I go, scoreboard. And they go, IO. You know, I keep arguing back and forth with him. It was not near the end of the game. It was right after Elijah Surratt caught that back shoulder fade in really tight coverage. And the guy got really mad. He was like, you just scored. And he was a black guy. And he called me the N-word that ends with an O. He was like, N-word, you know, I'll just say grow. He goes, grow, you just scored. What are you doing? Grow, you just scored. You know, he keeps calling me grow. And so I'm arguing with him. I'm joking with him. And I'm having a good time. He's actually upset. And at one point, I yelled at this guy, how many drinks have you had? I just want to know if you're this obnoxious sober or if it requires being drunk. And at that point, this like, she had to be like 20 years old. She was an IU student. And this older lady who was an IU fan sitting behind us were like, no, stop. Because they thought the guy was going to like fight me. And my buddy thought he was about to fight this guy. My buddy who was sitting behind me, who was sitting beside me, thought he was about to fight the guy. Even though he didn't know what we were arguing about, he was just like, I'm going to have to fight this guy. So that's the story.
Where my Ohioans in the house? I love you. So Charlie Kirk said this. We traveled the country last year. He said the answer to lies is not censorship, it is truth spoken with courage. You guys ready for some truth tonight? Let's talk truth. I'll tell you about a private conversation that Charlie and I had about a year ago. It was in October of 2024 in the lead up to the presidential election. We had a double header that night. We started at Georgia State with one of the Prove Me Wrong events, and then we had a Turning Point event at UNC, and we traveled and we flew together. And we had one of our deepest conversations. It was about faith. It was about theology. We went broad, and Charlie's such a curious guy. But the thing I asked him is, how do you define faith, Charlie? And he didn't miss a beat. He's really good at this. He said that faith is about believing something that you cannot see. So we've fallen subject to this culture of empiricism and rationalism, that in this moment in America, we say, I have to believe it to see it. But sometimes you have to believe it to see it. Right? I have to see it to believe its usual culture. Charlie said, no. Having faith means I actually have to believe it.
What's up, Danny?
To see it. We're going to talk about faith tonight. Not so much faith in God or in religion, but faith in our country, a civic faith, a faith in the United States of America. And to understand and reviving our...
Okay, problem number one. I was tweeting the problems as he was giving his speech, so you'll have to forgive me if you follow me on Twitter. You're going to get a rerun. Don't go away. Stay for the rerun, because I'll get to expound more than I was last night when I was tweeting his speech. The phrase civic faith is a huge problem. Yeah, I don't like that definition either. Anyway, the phrase civic faith is a huge problem because any faith that is not Christianity is a false faith, right? Now, you can say you have to believe in America, you have to have faith in America or the American people, but civic implies belief not in people or in history or in the nation as a nation in the older sense, but civic faith implies belief in the government or belief in a civic religion. And so this is, a huge problem. And of course, I can show you guys the apotheosis of George Washington. This is a real painting painted in a dome in the Capitol building. Right? And so this weird deification apotheosis literally means elevating something to a deified status. This weird deification of George Washington, of America, of a nation to the level of divine, is kind of the very thing. It's definitionally rejected by, and people cite this all the time, mit Brendigerd and they cite it all the time in response to when they're talking about race problems or people who they accuse of being racist. However, what mit Brendigerd says, mit Brendigerd dang it, I always get that wrong. Whoever exalts race, you guys cannot see that. Okay. Whoever exalts race or the people or the state or a particular form of the state or the depositories of power or any other fundamental value of the human community, however necessary and honorable be their function in worldly things, whoever raises these notions above their standard value, divinizes them to an idolatrous level, distorts and perverts an order of the world planned and created by God. He is far from the true faith in God and from the concept of life which that faith upholds. Now, this, a fundamental value of the human community and necessary and honorable in worldly things often gets left out. I won't name names because it's not productive, but why is my camera is flashing again? Okay, now it's not flashing. Now it is. I don't know what's going on. And now it is. I can see out of the corner of my eye. It's really annoying. This often gets put in ellipses, dotted, when people talk about this issue, because they don't want to say that race and the people and the state are fundamental values of the human community and are necessary for or have an honorable function in worldly things. However, that being said, it does annoy me when they leave that out, right? Because I think they want to play it down below its necessary value and its true value. These things' true value, right? However, making a piece of art in a government building, which is literally called the apotheosis of George Washington, I think is kind of, especially when you name it apotheosis, divinizing them to an idolatrous level and raising them above their standard value. Which is my main problem with the term civic faith or a civic religion. So, there you go. You're welcome.
Faith in America, we have to understand who we really are as Americans. That is the question of our time. What does it mean to be an American in the year 2026? There are three competing visions right now in the country, and it's worth seeing them for what they are. The first two are wrong, and in my view, the third one is unambiguously correct. The first of those visions comes from the woke left. The woke left says your identity is based on your race, your gender, your sexuality, your genetics. That if you're black, you're a woman, or you're a sexual minority, you're somehow oppressed. If you're a white male who's straight, you're privileged. And by the way, that your race and your gender and your sexuality determine who you are and what you can believe in life. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of the Squad famously said, "We don't want any more black faces that don't want to be a black voice. We don't want any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice." Think about that. Your race and your gender define who you are. Ibram Kendi famously said, "The remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination." And if you disagree with that view, for the last 4 or 5 years in this country, they labeled you a racist, a bigot, a homophobe, a transphobe, which created a new culture of fear in our country that spread like an epidemic, a fear that replaced our culture of free speech in the United States of America. And that was un-American. And we defeated that woke left at the ballot box last year when we sent Donald Trump back to the White House in November of 2024, thanks to the efforts of Charlie Kirk, perhaps more than anybody else in this country. So that's the woke left's vision, and they get it wrong. Now, when I left my career as a biotech CEO and I was talking to people in Silicon Valley and Wall Street about this, that took courage. I'm going to admit, it doesn't take that much courage for me to come here and tell you all about criticizing the woke left. Now let me get to the harder part. There's a different vision of American identity that's emergent in certain corridors of the online right. And it says that your identity as an American is based on your lineage. That how long you have been in the country, your lineage and your genetics tied to the blood and soil of the country determines how American you are. It is the idea of a heritage American that says the truest form of an American is somebody who is a descendant of the American Revolution period or before. And I will tell you, this idea of the heritage American, we ought to have this discussion. It's becoming more popular. I think the idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is no American who is more American than...
Okay. The idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has put up. Now, he clearly doesn't want to use the term woke right because he knows that he and his side have lost that debate. However, that's what he's saying, right? He's saying it's as loony as the woke left. If we do not have heritage, we have to have shared heritage, right? And I think you can find this. I think you can find this in the Catholic faith. I think this is found in the Catholic faith. And I think specifically, let me pull it up. I'm gonna just go full screen here so I can get to this citation. This is from Aquinas. Man's relations with foreigners are twofold, peaceful and hostile, and in directing both kinds of relation, the law contained suitable precepts. For the Jews were offered 3 opportunities of peaceful relations with foreigners. First, when foreigners passed through their land as travelers. Secondly, when they came to dwell in their land as newcomer. And in both these respects, the law made kind provisions in these precepts. For it is written, "Thou shalt not molest a stranger." And again, "Thou shalt not molest a stranger." Thirdly, When any foreigner wished to be admitted entirely to their fellowship as a mode of and mode of worship, with regard to these, a certain order was observed. For they were not at once admitted to citizenship, just as it was law with some nations that no one was deemed a citizen except after 2 or 3 generations, as the philosopher says. So that's going to be Aristotle. The reason for this was that if foreigners were allowed to meddle with the affairs of a nation as soon as they settled down in the midst, many dangers might occur, since the foreigners, not yet having the common good firmly at heart, might attempt something hurtful to the people. Hence, it was that the law, hurtful to the people, prescribed in respect of certain nations that had close relations with the Jews, the Egyptians among whom they were born and educated, and the Edomites, the children of Esau, Jacob's brother, that they should be admitted to the fellowship of the people after the 3rd generation, whereas others, with whom their relation had been hostile, such as the Ammonites and the Moabites, were never to be admitted to citizenship, while the Amalekites, who were yet more hostile to them and had no fellowship of kindred with them, were to be held as foes in perpetuity. Okay. Wow. So it looks like the law, capital L here, is going to refer to the Mosaic law, right? And close relations with the Jews. So this is referring to Israel. So in Israel, you were only admitted to the fellowship of the people, to a citizenship after a 3rd generation, because you had to have heritage. You had to have the common good, quote, firmly at heart. And there are others who you have hostile relations with, the Ammonites and the Moabites. You could never admit them to citizenship. And the Amalekites, who were even more hostile to them, were held as foes in perpetuity. And this quotation, this was Martyrmade tweeted this, and I saw it because Orrin McIntyre retweeted it. But let's look up Exodus 17:16. They've raised their fist against the Lord's throne, so now the Lord will be at war with the Amalek generation after generation, forever, right? Okay, so this means that a nation rightly needs heritage, and that for that heritage to be present, to be shared, you need to have people in your country for generations so that they have the common good at heart. This also means the fellowship of the people, that this also seems to argue against things like dual citizenship, right? You can't be loyal. Man cannot serve 2 masters. You cannot serve both God and mammon. Right? So, the Christian worldview here, the biblical worldview, the biblical polity, the biblical sense of politics, and the Christian tradition seems to propose that you need shared heritage to have a nation. If America doesn't have shared heritage, we're not a country. We're not a nation. We're an economic zone. That is a position which I think 90% of people would firmly reject. I would reject. And I don't think that the people who propose the worldview, which would make America an economic zone, are honest about that, are honest that that's what they're arguing for. I don't think Vivek, whether or not he knows it, he may not know it, So he may be just an idiot. But he is arguing for America being merely an economic zone that has no heritage, no loyalty to its people, no loyalty to its history.
Than somebody else. The American quality, it's not like the left, they believe in this non-binary stuff. There's no non-binary American. It is binary. Either you're an American or you're not. And you think about it, I can prove this to you. I'll take some applause on that. If you really believe in this idea, think about where it leads you. It leads you to believe that Donald Trump is less of an American than Joe Biden because Donald Trump...
Okay. Let's back up.
I can prove this to you. I'll take some applause on that. Binary American. More American than as loony as anything the woke left has actually...
Ivan Zuzu, thank you so much for the follow.
Put up. There is no American who is more American than somebody else. The American quality, it's not like the left, they believe in this non-binary stuff. There's no non-binary American. It is binary. Either you're an American or you're not. And you think about it, I can prove this to you. I'll take some applause on that. If you really believe in this idea, think about where it leads you. It leads you to believe that Donald Trump is less of an American than Joe Biden because Donald Trump's mother was an immigrant and his grandfather was an immigrant. That doesn't make any sense. Leads you to believe that somehow Bernie Sanders is more of an American than Senator Bernie Moreno from my home state, an America First patriot, because Bernie Moreno was a naturalized citizen from Colombia. It makes you think that Marco Rubio, our great Secretary of State, is somehow less of an American than Elizabeth Warren because she's a Native American, which we all know, right? Doesn't make any sense. It's loony. It's crazy talk. It makes you believe that somehow I am less of an American than the transgender criminal who assassinated Charlie Kirk. We refuse to accept that. The idea that a heritage American is a more American than another American is un-American at its core.
Okay. Here's the problem with what he's about to say, with what he just said. Hold on.
I will fight to the very end for that because that's what it means to be an American. We believe in ideals. That is who we are.
Why was the first immigration law, why did it make a requirement that you be Christian and European? I'm not saying that America should just be white. I'm not saying that we should disenfranchise people of other races. But because I don't believe that the founders solved everything perfectly. I think they were liberals. I think they made a lot of mistakes. But the problem here, and once again, I'm going to keep doing it, I don't have to accept your position to point out where your position is incompatible with itself, where your position doesn't work for you. Vivek wants to believe in ideals. He's going to say that you believe in...
What does it mean to be an American in the year 2026? It means we believe in those ideals of 1776.
Okay, the ideals of 1776 said that Vivek isn't an American. So either Vivek isn't an American or he's proposing some new ideal. Either way, he's wrong. He doesn't believe the ideals of 1776. The ideals of 1776 rejected the possibility that Vivek could ever be American. Period. And so does... Now, the Heritage American thing, let's back up, right? He says that, oh, if you believe in the Heritage American, you believe X person is more American than X person, or this person's more American than this person, blah, 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 blah. No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that to be an American means that you have heritage here. And that we believe that you shouldn't just be able to get a piece of paper after living the majority of you shouldn't be able to be here for 7 months or 18 months and then suddenly have a piece of paper and be considered to have equal, the common good firmly at heart as someone whose family has been here for generations, or who was born here, or whose family was, or who's lived here for 60, 70 years. Yes. It does mean those things. And the idea that that a creedal nation, because that's what he's arguing for, the creedal nation, makes someone American means that there is no American. There isn't anything that's American then. Because you can reject your American ideals, you can suddenly change your mind one day, and you're suddenly not American. It also means that Vivek would have to deport every Muslim. Vivek would have to deport most Christians or most Catholics who believe that they should have a larger loyalty to their faith than to ideals of 1776, especially where those ideals disagree. Now, maybe most American Christians don't think they disagree, but if they were to believe the truth, right? If they were to examine it, I think they would find that there are some places where they disagree. And so this is obviously inconsistent. It's not possible. Vivek has to be wrong.
It means we believe in merit, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the proud son of legal immigrants to this country. That means you're...
Okay, hold on. Let's look this up. Yeah, so his parents became citizens after he was born. He is an anchor baby. This is a strategic truth, which is not complete, which represent it's a lie by omission, right? Because he wants you to believe that they became citizens and then they had him, but really they became citizens after they had him and they used him as an anchor baby.
First act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why we have sealed the southern border, and we will not apologize for it. Because a nation without borders is not a nation. What does it mean to be American? It means we believe in free speech and open debate, even for those who disagree with us. From Nick Fuentes to Jimmy Kimmel, you get to speak your mind in the open without the government censoring you. It means you go to a college campus, you speak without fear.
This is a shot at Trump trying to take away ABC's broadcasting license, I think. And frankly, ABC should have lost their broadcasting license. The broadcasting license says you have to have the common good of it. The broadcasting license says you have to have the common good of the American people in mind. You have to operate in the common interest. And Jimmy Kimmel told a knowing lie about a major political assassination for the express purpose of his own views. That is not the common interest. The fact that he's allowed to broadcast without any apology, without any consequences, is a misuse of law. What he's saying is incompatible with his earlier statement that we believe in the rule of law. Now, you all know what I think about the rule of law because I made a really long video. It's my masterpiece called "The Laws Being Laid Flat," or "The Laws Being Flat." The laws all being flat is what it's called. However, once again, I don't have to agree with your worldview to point out that your worldview is inconsistent. It's inconsistent. You can't believe in the rule of law and believe that Jimmy Kimmel should be allowed to say whatever he wants. The law is that Jimmy Kimmel can't say whatever he wants.
Here, that words are not violence, that violence is violence, and violence is never an acceptable response to words. That too is what it means to be a citizen
These are
of this country
like
who believes in free
2016
speech in
talking
America.
points. It's so annoying. I'm not
It's not just
focusing
our
on it
constitutional
because it's
principles.
like true, but
it
it's
also
just
means that we believe in
2016
culture that was
stuff.
born of those principles. It means we believe in accountability, that we're brave, that we're courageous, even heroic, when called upon to do what is right for our country in our hour of need. It means that as Americans, we take risks. Sometimes we fail, but we pick ourselves up and we take those risks again. That we encounter hardship from time to time. But hardship is not the same thing as victimhood. It means that we are ambitious, that we're curious about landing on the moon to Mars, curious about the world around us as our founding fathers were, still believing that it is our manifest destiny to lead it and our duty to die for that country if we are called to do so. That is what it means to be a citizen of this country. There are those who are skeptical of this vision of America, those who are skeptical of the American dream, especially young people, and I hear you on that. We'll come to that in a second. But I would rather live in a country that has those ideals and falls short of them than to live in a country with no ideals at all. See, the left has preached to us for a long time that our diversity is our strength. No, sorry, our diversity is not our strength. The online comment threads of Twitter might preach that our lineage is our strength. No, I'm sorry, our lineage is not our strength. Our true strength is what unites us across that diversity and through that lineage. That is
I think that statement should preclude someone from holding public office in any country if they say that the lineage and the heritage and the history of that country is not the strength of that country. If you do not believe that, then you should not be allowed to rule the people of that country in any manner, period. If you do not believe that the lineage of a country is a strength of that country, if you don't believe it's important, if you don't believe the history matters, if you don't believe the people should be right to be proud of their lineage, should feel strong in their lineage, and that they're what they are inheriting makes them strong, then you are precluded from holding office. End of sentence. It does not matter what else you think. You cannot be trusted to rule over a people if you are not willing to say that the people that their ancestors are strong. Obviously.
What makes this country more distinctive than any other country on planet Earth. It is what makes American exceptionalism possible. And Ronald Reagan understood this. He famously said, you could go to Italy, but you would never be an Italian. You could move to Germany, but you would never be a German. You could pack your bags and live the rest of your life in China or Japan. You would never be Chinese or Japanese. But you can come from any one of those countries to the United States of America, and you can still be an American, so long as you pledge allegiance to the ideals in that flag. So long as you work hard, you play by the rules, you make your contributions, obtain your citizenship, you are every bit an American.
Those ideals were not believed by the pilgrims who came off the Mayflower. They weren't believed by the founding fathers. They weren't believed by most people prior to 1950. Does that mean that those people were not American? It's completely inconsistent. It falls apart with the lightest amount of scrutiny. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke of a worldview. I don't know why my camera is flashing. Really annoying me. Let me just check this app real quick. Let me just get in my camera control app real quick and settings, lock controls while recording. Can I lock all of this? Hey Jamlu, what's up, man? I appreciate that, man. Okay, I can't figure out how to lock it. I can only lock it while recording. I can't figure out how to lock it, so I apologize, guys. Levi, stop taking photos with... I don't know what he's doing.
As somebody who descended from the Mayflower. It is called the American dream for a reason. There is no Canadian dream. There is no British dream. It sounds kind of goofy to say it. There's no Chinese dream. Okay, it is the American dream that makes American exceptionalism possible. And the answer of what it means to be a conservative, this is what it's up to us to answer.
It's the American dream, but the American dream includes the people. If you're saying that American exceptionalism is completely irrelevant from the people who built this country, then you are not qualified to rule anyone in this country.
Fork in the road for the future of the conservative movement right now. What does it mean to be a conservative? It means we conserve those ideals that define our country. And now is a moment, a time for...
This is why I'm not conservative. I'm a political reactionary or traditionalist, one of the two. Take your pick. But I have no interest in conserving these ideas that he's talking about, because they're not the ideas that built this country. They're not the idea that has built any country ever.
Choosing in the future of our conservative movement to determine with clarity who's actually on that team of conserving the ideals versus who actually is not. If you believe that boys should compete with girls in girls' sports, I'm sorry, you're not on the team. You have no place in this movement. If you believe, thank you, it's pretty obvious, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you believe in racial quotas in government hiring, you have no place in the conservative movement. Sorry, you're not on the team. You're free to believe it. It's a free country, but you have no place in the conservative movement. If you believe in normalizing hatred towards any ethnic group, toward whites, towards blacks, towards Hispanics, towards Jews, towards Indians, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. Period. And I will not apologize for that. I will not hedge when I say it. If you believe, and you will forgive me for giving you an exact quote from our online commentator Nick Fuentes, if you believe that Hitler was pretty fucking cool, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. You can debate foreign aid to Israel all you want. That's fine. That's fair. But you have no place with that level of hatred. You can debate.
I think this is why Nick is a problem, because Nick has some views that are clearly correct, right? And the stuff on, debating foreign aid to Israel, immigration, lots of other things. Distrust of Trump. I think he's probably got legitimate reasons for that. But the shock jock stuff weakens the rest of the position because of optics, and to do it consistently, knowing that it is a problem, is imprudent, and it doesn't feel like you're serious about winning if you're doing things make it difficult for you to win.
Made the right resolution to the Russia-Ukraine war, but if you believe Joseph Stalin is someone to look up to, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. If you call Usha Vance, the second lady of the United States of America, a cheat, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. And if you can't say those things without stuttering, then you have no place as a leader at any level in the conservative movement either. Certainly not in my state of Ohio. Now, does this mean those who have espoused these views and said these things are bad people? Like, it's easy to come here and denounce the woke left. That part's super easy. Coming up here and denouncing a bunch of groypers, in the conservative movement, a little bit harder, but in the scheme of things, I could care less. Pretty easy for me. The hard part is asking the question of where we go from here. This is what our country actually requires. This is what true leadership demands. And we ask the question, are these bad people for saying these things? And I think the answer to that question, I think I'm going to tell you something that both Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson ought to be able to agree on. I think they will. Are these bad people? I think the answer to that question is no, because there's no such thing as an inherently bad person, actually. The Christian faith that Charlie espoused teaches us that every one of us, every one of you is made in the image of God.
Pagans don't get to tell me about my faith. And when they presume to do so, they should be punished for it.
My Hindu faith teaches us that God and his
punished by the state.
divinity resides in each of us, that we're truly equal in the most moral sense. There's no such thing as an inherently bad person. There's only ever an inherently good person that exists. But sometimes, good people do and say bad things. They believe they're doing the right thing, but they're still doing the wrong thing. And the job of a true leader is to understand why, and then to step up and actually fix it. And the issue in our country right now, all jokes aside.
Also, the equivocation of Hinduism and Christianity is despicable. I have nothing in common with a pagan who does not believe, who worships demons. The divinity you think is common in all of us is demonic, and therefore we have zero in common. There's that.
Is that we are in the middle. All of these, everything we just talked about.
Yeah, also, AJK makes a good point. We're good but fallen. He completely leaves out concupiscence, right? Everyone's made in the image of God, but we have concupiscence, which means we actually are inclined towards sin. And I think Charlie would say that there are bad people, yeah. There are people who are clearly bad. And I don't think that he's presuming to teach us what the Imago Dei means. Excuse me for the burp. Presuming to teach us what the Imago Dei means, but he doesn't believe in it. And for that reason, he gets it wrong, right? It doesn't mean that there are no bad people. The Imago Dei means that all people have inherent value. But we also believe in concupiscence because of the fall.
From the woke left to the groyper right, these are symptoms of a generational crisis of purpose and meaning in our country. Depression, anxiety, addiction, higher than we've ever seen in American history in your generation, in Gen Z. Economic insecurity, which I understand, feeling like you work hard, not quite getting ahead. Home ownership out of reach for a 30-year-old. Took on that 4-year college debt and degree, but without being able to get that right job has created economic angst. You combine that with the failures of an educational system that are failing our youth day to day, when 75% of 8th graders are not proficient in math, and 70% of them aren't proficient in reading. Something that makes the left upset when I say it because they think that's racist, and something that makes some of my friends on the right upset because they take it as a personal insult. The truth is, years of woke indoctrination and victimhood psychology in our schools, right, up percent of them aren't proficient in college debt and degree, but without being able to get that right job has created economic angst. You combine that with the failures of an educational system that are failing our youth day to day, when 75% of 8th graders are not proficient in math, and 70% of them aren't proficient in reading. Something that makes the left upset when I say it because they think that's racist, and something that makes some of my friends on the right upset because they take it as a personal insult.
You meant it as a personal insult. So this is Vivek rewriting history and lying about his crash out last Christmas, right? Where he accused white people of being lazy. He said that white people were lazy and Indian people were better. Let's look at it. You want to look at it? Let's look at it. This is what he's referring to this. He's saying that people took this as an insult, and he clearly didn't mean it as one. But I think he did. I think he did. I think he's lying. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Here we go. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over native Americans is because of an innate American IQ deficit. A lazy and wrong explanation. He calls it an innate IQ deficit. A key part of it comes down to culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. Confront the truth. Venerated mediocrity over excellence for too long. It doesn't start with college, it starts young. Haley, I'm not reading that. Mediocrity over excellence. Okay. Celebrate the prom queen over the math Olympiad or the jock over the valedictorian. But the prom queen is excellent in beauty, and beauty deserves to be celebrated. We celebrate math Olympiads. We celebrate beauty. We celebrate jocks because academic excellence deserves to be celebrated. Obviously, academic excellence deserves to be celebrated. Academic excellence or athletic excellence deserves to be celebrated. Athletic excellence deserves to be celebrated. Anyway, what was I saying? And it will not produce the best engineers. Okay, but this is assuming that we want to produce the best engineers. Why can't we say we want to produce Fernando Mendoza's? A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel will not produce the best engineers. I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. So because you watched American shows, because you had an American childhood, what is going on with my camera? More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends. Okay, this is true, but he used the wrong equation and got the right answer. Don't watch Friends, do watch Whiplash, it's phenomenal. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. So you just give up your social life, give up community, right? More weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV. More creating, less chilling. More extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American parents view kids as those kind of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raise their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. Why does it have to be a hyper-competitive global market? It doesn't have to be. You're saying that it has to be you're forcing it to be one and then saying it's your fault if you can't compete. That's clearly untrue. Or it's clearly evil. It's clearly doesn't have the common good of our people at heart, right? The job of rulers is to rule our people, to have the common good of our people, of our nation at heart. And you're saying that the common good is achieved by forcing them to compete with people they shouldn't have to compete with in our country. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've taken away from slumber part. We've awakened from slumber part, the slumber before us. We can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden age in America. Yeah. So his point is you should have to suffer, which is just wrong.
The truth is, years of woke indoctrination and victimhood psychology in our schools, we were complaining about it not because we were culture warriors alone, but because that has consequences. So we have to fix it, and it's up to us to do this now. And I mean this message as bitter medicine for everyone in my shoes, leadership in the Republican Party, myself included, to swallow. Now we can't blame the Democrats anymore. Truth is, we won the election last year. We control all three branches of the federal government. In my home state, we control all three branches of the state government. If we don't get this right now, we have nobody left to blame but ourselves. That is on us. That is the standard you hold us to. And if we fail, vote us the heck out of office. That is the fate we deserve. So that's on us now. No more just, cable news screaming about Schumer shutdowns or whatever it is, right? It bores me. It doesn't matter. It's up to us. We have a chance to lead with our own vision. Blaming the Democrats isn't enough. That's on us. But I also have an ask in closing of each of you here tonight, especially Gen Z, especially the next generation of young conservatives who I believe are actually going to save this country. Do not repeat the mistakes of the woke left. The number one mistake of the woke left, I will implore you not to repeat as young conservatives, is don't be a victim. The number one factor, thank you. Victimhood culture from the left or the right will be the ruin of this country. The number one factor, not the only factor, but the number one factor that determines whether each and every one of you achieves your goals in life is actually you. That's the truth. John F. Kennedy famously said it. I think we should heed his words. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And the first step today is to ask, what can you actually do for yourself so you're not dependent on your government, so you're not dependent on the generation that came before you? That's not too much to ask, because we are still the greatest country known to the history of mankind.
I don't know why, but I have a problem with that. Let me think about it. Let's talk about this, right? The purpose of the country is to serve the people, to serve the common good of the people. If we're saying that you can't ask what your country does for you, are you not saying that you can't hold them accountable for when they fail to serve you in a way which upholds the good of you and your family and your community? It seems to me, yes. I think that statement fails. Because I think it... My camera's flickering again. Is it flickering for you guys, by the way? Hold on. It is. What is going on there? And now it's stopped. That's really annoying. I think it fails because you should ask what your country can do for you. But you shouldn't ask it because you want Gibbs. You should ask it because you want to participate in that mission to make your life better. It seems to me that this statement divorces... I'm literally figuring this out as we go, boys. And Haley. This ask not what you can do for what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. It seems that it divorces the purpose of government from the act of governing. Right? I think so. That the government is divorced from the common good and as a co-mission of the people and their rulers towards the common good. It's a mission between the two. Which means in one sense that statement could be true, but in the statement, in the sense that he seems to mean it, it does bother me. I think it turns the government into an entity to be served as opposed to a term used to describe those with power. That's true. I think that, yeah, it does, right? It means that you're serving your government and your government isn't serving you. But you're not supposed to serve your government, you're supposed to serve your community. And the government is supposed to support you in that service. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay. There we go. We figured it out. Thank you for coming on the ride.
This is the greatest country planet Earth has ever known, and that American dream that defines us is real. I know it's real because I have lived that American dream. I know so many in Gen Z are skeptical of it.
Let's talk about Vivek living the American dream, right? Let's talk about it, right? Because I Googled this earlier. that Vivek Ramaswamy he funded Vivek Ramaswamy, sorry, I'm reading from an article up here, funded his campaign through a sale of 32 million of Roivant stock options in February of 2024. Okay, I'm just going to read this. Ramaswamy has funded his campaign through the sale of 32 million in Roivant stock options in February of this year, in 2024. So this was, 2023, February of 2023. This could lead one to believe that Roivant, based in Bermuda, is thriving, and that Ramaswamy is a great entrepreneur. Except the company reported staggering losses of $1.2 billion in its financial report of March 2023. This isn't a one-time slump. In March 2022, when Ramaswamy was still Roivant's chairman and a major shareholder, the company reported an annual loss of $924 million. Ramaswamy's defenders may argue that Roivant performed better during his tenure as CEO in 2021, but alas, the numbers tell a different story. The reality is that Roivant's finances were abysmal under Ramaswamy's watch. During his tenure in 2019, the company's net operating loss exceeded $530 million. By 2020, the losses had doubled to over $1 billion, accompanied by a 65% decline in revenue. These rare numbers raise a puzzling question. How can a company consistently bleeding billions trade at over $10 a share? The answer might lie in Ramaswamy's implementation of Roivant's diversity, equity, inclusion initiative, called Roivant Social Ventures, during his CEO tenure. Launched in 2020 while Ramaswamy was still CEO, this initiative aimed to, quote, foster DI opportunities for future leaders in biopharma and biotech. While Ramaswamy vocally opposes ESG principles, Roivant's major institutional investors, including Morgan Stanley, Viking Global, and BlackRock, the very firms he criticizes by name, are among the largest shareholders, owning over 500 million shares. Ramaswamy himself holds more than 80 million shares, making him an essential partner of these major ESG funds. In a deeply ironic twist, Ramaswamy's anti-woke campaign is being bankrolled by the profits reaped from the very policies he denounces. Yet, this irony is not the worst of it. In 2015, there was another sword affair involving Ramaswamy over Axovant Sciences, Alzheimer's drug. And this is the story I was looking for. Okay. In June 2015, Ramaswamy appeared on CNBC to praise the Axovant IPO, which soared to $30 a share based on expectations surrounding its Alzheimer's drug, Intrepidine. The drug was touted as a breakthrough, yet upon closer examination, this fell apart. Axovant had acquired the drug for $500 million in December 2014, 6 months before the IPO. After the majority of phase 2 trials had, quote, failed to meet their primary endpoints in 2010. Ramaswamy devised a solution. His mother, Dr. Geetha Ramaswamy, conducted a new phase 2 trial in 2015 involving 684 subjects. This trial conveniently claimed to demonstrate a sufficient improvement to support phase 3 trials. The aftermath was a triumphant $350 million IPO in 2015, followed by a drastic fall in September 2017. By September 2017, the stock had plummeted 75% after Ramaswamy and his mother announced the phase 3 trial's failures. Subsequent trials continued to disappoint, culminating in a 99% loss in value and name change for the company. While the investors suffered significant losses, Ramaswamy profited from a higher media profile, IPO payouts, and the sale of remaining Axovant assets in 2020. Ramaswamy's latest scam appears to be his run for president. It goes on. So, he bought a drug that he knew was failing, had his mommy do the trial, and then claimed that it was good so that when the IPO went off, he could take a bunch of money. So Ramaswamy's saying, I lived the American dream, is really, I ripped off a bunch of people. He's a scammer. Shocker, I know that Vivek Ramaswamy's a scammer. But that's an interesting definition of the American dream that I might differ on.
I know so many of you feel like you have to see it to believe it. But I will ask you in closing, as Charlie Kirk taught me, sometimes you have to believe it to see it. That is what faith in our country is all about.
I believe I will be rich. Ah, I see now how I will be rich. I will make my mommy help me cheat millions of people to give me millions of dollars. Who wrote and published that article? This is Newsweek. Sorry, I will put it in the chat. There you go. There you go.
Thank you all, guys. God bless you.
Okay. We have one more video. We have one more speech to watch. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard. Maybe we should watch that. We'll have to look at it. Oh, we have two more. We have to do Bannon and Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec. Okay. It's the right and duty of every American to scam elderly people with Alzheimer's. So true. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm super hungry. Dude, I love Bannon's just like... Let's just watch this at regular speed, because Bannon is just like, looks like he's... I don't know why, but most of the time when people are like... don't care about their appearance and are schlubby, it bothers me. But for some reason, and Bannon does most of the time, but for some reason the particular angle and like the vibes of this particular walkout were so... like, they made me laugh so hard that I was just like, okay, this one's okay. I think it's the old man hunch, too. That's just so funny to me. No hype. He's just chilling, and there's fireworks going off around him. It's so funny.
Thank you. We are at war.
Dude, he's so funny. All right, hold on. I'm going to see if there's snacks in the kitchen. Let's go. I'm going to see if there's a snack. Hold on. Stand by. I found the RFK Doritos. Got me some RFK Doritos. Hey, Bubble. What are you doing? Good boy. You can be over here. You just can't go under the desk. See? There's a good puppy. Hi. You good puppy. No jazz music. Ah, my bad. And I've got Calpico. Which is really good. It's Japanese. I got lychee flavor. I got one today at the grocery. I forgot to buy snacks though, so judge me for that, if you will. All right. Oh, I'm so hungry. Here we go.
You know how we know this? You just heard Hawkins up here a few minutes ago, right? What did she say at the very...
We did skip the Kristen Hawkins speech on purpose, by the way. We skipped it on purpose. I don't care. Though congrats to her on getting Ozempic. Unironically, I think all fat people should do Ozempic. And I'm glad she did Ozempic. Good for her. Also, the 3 pens is just... he's so funny, dude.
very moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated, at the University of Montana? They laughed in her face, right? Laughed in her face, and some guy goes, oh, we're at war. Charlie Kirk knew we were at war. Every time I've spoken at any event of Turning Point, I always start with that because Charlie Kirk knew one thing. He knew we were at war, and he knew we were going to be victorious if we didn't quit. So what do I mean by that? Let's go back. Do you understand?
For the see if we can get Levi to come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Get up here. Come here. Get closer. Come on. You can do it. Come here. Come here. Look, he's got his paw on my knee. He's trying to give me the paw. Come on. Oh, come on. You got it. Come here. Come here. Levi. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Up here. Up here. Come on. Up. 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 Come get it. He won't come get it. Ow. He was excited by that point. He would not come get it. He won't. He's too old. He can't climb on things anymore. I'm sorry. He's too old. He's so old. He's 15. He's 15. He's ancient. Hold on. I'll pull up a picture of him, though. I'll show a picture of Levi for the stream. Here you go. Here's a video of him the other day, rolling around on the ground like a nerd.
Levi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, got an itchy nose?
Oops, that's embarrassing. There you go, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, AJK. That's a good thing to know. I didn't know they were dangerous.
Last 10 years, there have been 8 national elections, either primaries, off-year elections where Congress is voted on for the whole nation, or presidential elections. We have won 7 of those 8. This is why they hated Charlie Kirk. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's philosophy or even his debates. Charlie Kirk was a tough person.
They changed the background for Bannon.
That you guys are dedicated to, that delivered victories. Let's be specific. Go back to 2015. President Trump, 15-16, wins the primary against all odds. Then in 16, he wins a come-from-behind, once-in-a-lifetime victory against Hillary Clinton. We lost the 18 midterms because people were leaning on their rakes, and we lost, 35 or 40 House seats, and Nancy Pelosi told us exactly what she was going to do. She impeached Trump and almost brought it all down. President Trump came back, won the primary, right, very easily. Nobody really ran against him. I don't think anybody ran against him. 2020, we won the 2020 election. Is there any dispute on that? If you don't believe that, you don't believe a foundational element of the MAGA movement. We won 2020. And
did we win 2024, though? It doesn't feel much like it. So here's the thing. The point he's making is that we have the cultural momentum, which is true. And I think that it's worth saying. So, though it doesn't feel like we're getting victories that we wanted, It is true that the right is winning or has the cultural and political momentum. And it is a good white pill to take.
To show you how we won it, we picked up 14 House seats that night. 14 House seats. Then President Trump went into the wilderness. This is when Charlie Kirk really, I think, stepped up the most. President Trump was sent to Mar-a-Lago. They never thought he was coming back. The Republican Party never thought he was coming back. And what happened? President Trump grinded it out. In fact, he told us on this stage last year, right here, the first time he told anybody. When Charlie had him come out here and speak, what'd he say? He said, I had to run again because I could not let them steal an election because they're stealing the country. And we see what Biden did. Then we win the midterms in 22. We picked up, 11 seats, 8 net, and took the House of Representatives. There were supposed to be more, but we got control of the House. And then, in really the greatest come from behind ever, President Trump, turning point, put him on their shoulders. We won the greatest election in the history of the country. In 10 years, a decade, you've been beaten once when we leaned on our shovels. Charlie Kirk understood one thing. We are at war. It's a political war. It's a cold civil war. We don't want it to turn hot. We don't need it to turn hot if we accomplish what we're supposed to accomplish. And we have won 7 of 8 national elections. The American people are with us as long as we get things done, as long as we accomplish the punch list that Rob Snyder talked about when he walked down this stage. That's what's incumbent upon us, and that's what the Republican establishment to date, because you can already see what they're doing in trying to block President Trump. You see this in Indianapolis. You see this in the redistricting. The Republican establishment think that President Trump's just a passing storm and that he's just going to fade away. And what they're going to try to do is co-opt Turning Point, because Charlie has built it into a massive political operation that cannot be beat. And the left knows that. It's one of the reasons, yes, I realize we haven't gone to trial yet. We don't know all the information. It looks like, at least the information we have out, it may be this guy. Maybe not an organization in back of it. We don't know that yet because the evidence hasn't been put out. But Charlie Kirk is dead. Think about that. The individual that's probably, I think, at his age, the greatest individual this country's produced politically, culturally, since the revolution. Remember, all of the revolution was 30. Charlie Kirk's, hell, he's 31 years old. He's been doing this since he was 17 or 18. But Charlie Kirk was a man of action. And I want to make sure that we get something straight tonight. We have a partners discussion. And I want to say up front, if I hurt some feelings here, you can come and talk to me afterwards. This whole thing that's going on the last couple of days in the comments tonight.
Here we go.
This is not about...
You guys ready? He's revving up.
It's not about freedom of speech or platforming or deplatforming. They're all talking about that, and that's, people are saying hurtful things to each other. Tucker said the quiet part out loud. This is a proxy on 28. Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28. But he's right about one thing. This is a proxy on an issue that's not freedom of speech. And not, are you going to get platformed or deplatformed? This is about a situation that Charlie Kirk was probably one of the most, if not the most important person in doing and accomplishing. And that is this concept of what I would call greater Israel and Israel first. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Charlie Kirk. You can't get a better defender of Israel than Steve Bannon. At Breitbart, adamant, couldn't have a two-state solution. In the White House, I'm the one that pushed initially hard to move the embassy to Jerusalem. At War Room...
Bannon, don't post your L's, Bannon. No, Steve, no, you're posting your L's. Steve, no! Steve, no, don't post your L's, Steve. Steve, no! Steve, you're posting L's.
Ask all the War Room people that are here. Ask all the posse. We always talk about it, and we're one state, not a two-state. But that's about Israel. It's not about greater Israel. And it's not about Israel first. Charlie Kirk had some foundational beliefs. Those foundational beliefs are, number one, he's a populist nationalist. America makes its own decisions for America. And as a populist, the American people are the people that make those decisions. Now, Benji Shapiro sat up here last night.
Whoa. I was shocked when he did that. I was like, oh, we're dropping all pretenses that this is not personal. Okay, we're just going to all admit that it's personal now, which shook me. That shook me. Oh, okay. 20 seconds, guys. Give me 20 seconds. I thought he didn't have food because he's freaking out, but he has food. Okay, I'm back.
And he was all, I'm going to, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth.
Oh, yeah, this is good.
Let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never-Trumper.
This is what I was talking about when Ben was talking earlier.
He's a hardcore never-Trumper. In the spring of 16, he tried to upend Breitbart. He walked off the job, made a big deal about some incident in Mar-a-Lago with Corey Lewandowski. He tried to turn it to Ted Cruz from Donald Trump because he hated Donald Trump.
All right, I'm gonna admit I'm not a ball knower. Corey Lewandowski, Mar-a-Lago. I'm gonna admit I'm not a ball knower. I don't know what the coverage is here. Oh, okay. It's like a Me Too thing that he didn't get convicted for. Bruh.
In the general election, he barely supported Donald Trump. The first sign of when President Trump gets sent back to Mar-a-Lago, the very first individual that jumped on the Ron DeSantis train, the Israel First train, was Ben Shapiro. And those are the darkest days we had. In 21 and 22, you guys were there. He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up. And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put
Tel
that ahead
Aviv
of
Mark
America's
Levin.
interests. Charlie Kirk fought that. You know where Charlie Kirk fought it? In the White House. I know, because I was there. When I went back, Charlie Kirk was working with Sergio Gore, certain people around the vice president, to make sure that we didn't get sucked into a land war, a decapitation of the Iranian elites that would lead to a massive civil war that American troops would get sucked into, because that was Netanyahu's plan from the beginning. And we know that. The Times of Israel has published that there was no urgency to go after the nuclear weapons. We know the fact they couldn't finish what they started. We know for a fact that they needed American Aegis, THAAD missiles, Patriots to defend themselves. On day 10 of the war, they were losing. And they didn't have the offensive capability, and I don't mean the B-2s coming in and taking out the caves. They relied upon our 1970s technology of cruise missiles fired from submarines in the North Arabian Sea to take out the above ground. We had to bring that war to conclusion, and President Trump and his brilliance said, we'll do that, and we'll call it the 12-day war, and it's over. Now, for the Israel First crowd, they are the ones that are destroying Israel. Today in Miami, who's negotiating with Witkoff? It's the Turks, it's Qatar, and it's the Egyptians. Because Qatar is going to underwrite Gaza, and 2 million Palestinians are going to stay there. And the Turks are providing, on Egyptian soil called Gaza, or on Israel soil called Gaza, is going to provide the military control mechanism over UAE troops, Saudi troops, and Egyptian troops. That's a two-state solution that has been provided because of the efforts of the Israel First crowd. And Charlie Kirk had one simple thing that he thought about. Who controls America?
This stuff is phenomenal, by the way. If you've never tried this.
And Charlie Kirk worked
Pico,
overtime because behind the scenes he was a player, not just helping Sergio get all types of great people in there and vet those people, but actually talking about policy. And part of that policy was no more foreign wars. Charlie absolutely believed what I believe. The Middle East is a sideshow, and Israel's a sideshow to a sideshow. Now, voices out there that support Israel, like Laura Loomer and Rabbi Walicki and others, are coming forward and saying, look, Maybe Bannon and these guys are right. We don't want to take any more American money. We don't have any more American control. We want to go out and do what we want to do when the Israelis, feel they have to do it. I support that 100%. Israel needs its sovereignty. Israel needs to be independent. If Israel wants to take on Syria, go for it. If Israel wants to go into Lebanon, go for it. But not drag the United States of America into another endless war. Ask Megyn Kelly when she comes up here. Look, Breitbart, Shapiro called Breitbart Trump Pravda. When he left, he called it Trump Pravda. And he was kind of right. We had to be. There was no other news site that was supporting President Trump. When poor Megyn Kelly came out in that first debate and made what looks like now some innocuous questions, right, about Trump's Facebook page or his Twitter feed, about Rosie O'Donnell and others, have Jack Posobiec ask her how it turned out. We unleashed the dogs. We were maniacs. Why? President Trump had no backing at Fox, had no backing at the National Review, and in 2016, that would have driven him out of the race. So we had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
Bannon.
It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz.
This is so
who was
good,
his
dude.
mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Based.
This is not about speech. It's not about deplatforming. This is about power.
Keep in mind that Bannon is saying Ben's going to make a move on Turning Point. Keep that in mind for when Megyn Kelly's talking, because you'll see whose side Erica is on, which is very important for reasons I don't need to explain.
Politics. And what Charlie Kirk believed in, to the core of his being, that America makes decisions for America and Americans make decisions for America. That was Charlie Kirk. Why the hell do you think they assassinated him? Why they put the poison all over this place? Why they mock and ridicule? James Carville said yesterday that Rob Reiner's done 100 times more than Charlie Kirk. They hate Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk brought victories. And with victory after victory after victory, that's when we can re-Christianize this country. What was Charlie Kirk's lesson? That we were a Christian nation that got off the rails. We have to re-Christianize this country. You are in the shadows of a giant, not just an American patriot, and an American hero. Charlie Kirk is a Christian martyr, and Charlie Kirk is a Christian saint. That is your legacy that you take up. The day I went into prison, we passed the show to Charlie Kirk as we did oftentimes in the 3.5 years that Charlie Posobiec and I had that block at Real America's Voice. And what Charlie said, I said to Charlie, next man up. Charlie said, I got it. Next man up. Are you next man up? Are you going to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk? Do you have the stones to do it? Do you have the guts to do it?
Next man up.
Ask yourself that, because I'll tell you
Next man
what,
up.
that's what's you in this room right here are going to decide whether we win in 26. And if we don't win in 26, they're going to bring holy hell down on us. We have to win. Charlie Kirk knew that, and you know that. Thank you very much. Next man up.
Next man up. Next man up. All right. I think we have one more. We'll watch the beginning of Tulsi, because I want to see what Tulsi says.
Hello! Like you, Jack, I miss him so much. To the audience, too, and was always so generous with his time and his...
And you're a reactor. You are someone who is living out God's will. And I think that's one of the biggest things for me.
I want to say Megyn Kelly.
Look, it's not easy doing all this, but one of the things that I've been working hard to remember that God's will is absolutely paramount in all of this.
I know. We don't have it all figured out. I mean, I'll tell you, I was backstage a little while ago, and I went to see Erica in her green room. And, she's so strong, and she's the picture of class, but she was alone. And I saw her, I met her for the first time backstage at one of these events, and she was with just their daughter, who was just a baby at the time. They didn't have their little boy yet. And she was seated, she looked so beautiful, she had her baby with her, Charlie was in and out of everything, it was crazy. It was
How rich do you think Megyn Kelly's plastic surgeon is?
She was just like an angel sitting there in the middle of the chaos, like completely managing it and nonplussed. And I just couldn't help but seeing her backstage alone, thinking, it doesn't feel right. She shouldn't be alone. She should be with the love of her life. And that's why we have to make sure we get justice for the man who took him.
Absolutely. And Megyn,
I understand this is important, but I'm just not especially richer than her husband. Yeah, because the doctor has all of her husband's money. I'm going to zoom through this, not because it's not important, but because this is not the topic we're focusing on tonight.
Repay the debt that's incurred by every single moment that was stolen.
And that's to say nothing of by all of you, but we've all been robbed. We've all been cheated. And so, yes, we will both be watching that trial minute by minute. And
Of course, they do a handoff, because why not? But Megan, one of the things
that's amazing.
that Charlie is watching us.
And I
This
believe
is good.
justice
I
will be
do
done.
like this
I think it
line.
will.
We'll play this
and,
line
you know,
because it's
I
cute.
do believe that Charlie is watching us right now, and I'm sure up in heaven. I'm not sure quite what the radio schedule is, but I think Charlie's probably on from 9 to noon, and then from noon to 3 is Rush.
That's amazing.
And of course, they do a handoff, because why not? But Megan, one of the things that's come up in the wake of all of this, and people have said there's so much division in the movement, and is there divisiveness? Are there two sides? Are there fractures coming up? There's division, and Charlie was that uniter. So I'll just ask you the question as interviewing here today. Do you think that there has been an inseparable rift in the conservative movement that we've seen since the death of Charlie?
I mean, there's a rift, but it was starting even before we lost Charlie, and it revolves around Israel. There just is. It's gotten worse without him. He was helping us navigate it. And this is another area in which I miss him so much because I feel like Charlie and I were completely in lockstep on this.
Protestants
and you guys
acknowledging
may have seen
saints.
the episode that we put out, what we
Pisobiec is Catholic. Oh, you mean Protestants in the crowd? Yeah, they're fine with that. They just don't think you should pray to them. It's weird. I don't get it. I never had that problem when I converted. Once somebody was like, yeah, they're in heaven, right? Yeah. They talk to Jesus, right? Yeah. You can ask him to talk to Jesus for you. Oh, yeah, okay. Like, I never got it.
released of Charlie and yours truly talking about Israel weeks before he died, where we had a really powerful heart-to-heart on where we both were, who we were both ardent Israel supporters, and had both been extremely defensive of American Jewish people on college campuses getting harassed and those hostage pictures getting torn down, and very outspoken about it and horrified by it. And then we had a discussion at the Student Action Summit in July where there was a passing comment about if Epstein was an intel asset, whose would he have been, which Charlie asked me. And I said it would make sense that it was the Israelis, since he was very close with the former prime minister and the former president. And then we both got called anti-Semites, like by some legitimate Jewish organizations for that conversation. By the way, Benjamin Netanyahu would go on to say, I was right. And we were both on our heels. But Charlie was with young people every day for a living, in particular young Republicans, and he was seeing what I was seeing in my neck of the conservative woods, which was this party is changing on the issue of Israel. I mean, when I was at Fox, you supported Israel, period. Like, no one was really interested in your actual opinion. You just supported Israel, which was fine for me because I did. But the party started to turn after 10/7. Uniform support and sympathy for Israel on 10/7. But as the war went on, 2 years later, people were starting to turn on them. It felt like too much. And then we were under pressure to get involved. We had the Iran bombing and so on. And the pressure started to mount on those of us who were pro-Israel to not allow the doubters their say, to try to censor them or disagree with them publicly or call them out. And neither Charlie nor I felt like that was what we wanted to do at all, nor was it our job. We're not the policemen of the conservative movement. I'm not. He wasn't. Ben Shapiro isn't either.
Well, Megan,
Thank you. That's good. I like this. She seems to
on the
look.
stage last night in regards to pretty much all of this. Would you
Megyn Kelly has a lot of problems. I'm not a fan of hers, but this is good. She seems to be kind of nailing this on the head. She seems to kind of understand what's going on here.
like the opportunity?
By the way, if you're watching the stream, if you haven't said hi yet in the chat, please say hi in the chat. I'm trying to grow the channel, trying to be able to do this more. I love doing it. I love talking to you guys. So the more active the chat is, the more YouTube likes the video. So if you guys just, say random things and I'll pick out what you don't have to say. Not everything you have to say has to be useful or amazing, but it would be helpful if the chat keeps moving, which, look, if you're watching, you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. But also it will be helpful to, just think of this like a sub call out, subscribe to the channel, share it with a friend, and say something in the chat. If you haven't said hi yet, say hi.
To respond.
Well, I found it kind of funny that Ben thinks he has the power to decide who gets excommunicated from the conservative movement, which shows a willful blindness about his position in it. It reminded me a little of when the girl who was the head of our middle school chorus told me she was going to take all my friends away from me. Chorus? A head cheerleader maybe, but so I resent the whole thing. I object to the whole thing. Ben and I, he had the nerve to call me a friend right before he called me a despicable coward for not calling out the people he once called out.
John, hello. Thank you so much
he both
for the
wants
chat.
to parent me and be my child. He wants to tell me what I have to do and who I have to say what to. And then when I don't, he and some of his friends want to act like utter victims because I won't do what they say. They need me. I have to be their daddy and step in to protect them. And I am not their daddy. And I resent that he thinks he's in a position to decide who must say what to whom and when. Thank you. So I don't think we are friends anymore. I've been a very good friend to Ben. Nobody knew who the heck Ben Shapiro was when I started putting him on my shows on the Fox News channel, and I helped make him a star. And I've been very, very good to Ben over the years, and he's been good to me too. He just recently came on my tour, as did you, and I gave him the most kind introduction I could possibly give him because I know that he's losing subscribers a lot. And so I tried to do something nice for him by giving him a long 10-minute intro and personally vouching for him, and we mixed it up on Israel out on stage. It wasn't Israel because...
By the way, remember 3 hours ago now when I said, remember that Ben Shapiro said Megyn Kelly's a friend of his?
We're on the same place on Israel. We mixed it up over whether Tucker Carlson should be excommunicated from the conservative movement, which I do not believe. And thank you. And when it was over, we hugged, said goodbye, and then we had a nice text exchange a couple days later saying our friendship was important to us. And the next thing I saw was him attacking me on stage last night as a coward. So that's not friendship, and I think that's fine with me, with friends like that.
There was also some response where it seemed like that call was being co-signed by the new head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, and I wanted to know if you wanted to respond to that as well.
It is getting sophomoric, but I want to, what's about this story that's about to be told, I think kind of settles the whole, it ought to settle it. If a person is being intellectually honest, I will say this, I was on the more new right side, the side that you would find Tucker, Bannon, Megyn Kelly to some degree on, but I wasn't clear what side Erica was on. And I think the story that's that's about to be told kind of settles that issue. And that's why we watched all of it so we can get to this. We watched 3 hours of it so we could do this.
So it's a similar situation with Barry. None of this is about them calling me out for anything I've said or haven't said, or it's certainly not about Erica Kirk, as Ben tried to make it sound last night. It's about Israel. Those two are very ardent Israel activists, which is fine, but they don't get to dictate how the rest of us feel about Israel or what we do with respect to our friends and our friends' opinions on Israel. And I'll tell you, Barry Weiss wants to couch herself as Erica's protector, Erica's defender. She's retweeting the Ben speech, saying anybody who doesn't call out conspiracy theorists is a coward. Erica Kirk barely knows.
It wasn't so much for context's sake. It was so that the whole debate you guys could kind of, I feel like it's important to view the whole debate and then hear what's this story here so that we can see all of the sides, see everything that's being argued, and then hear how it's being applied in the interpersonal relationships, because let's be honest, it's an interpersonal relationship fallout happening. So that's what this is. I hope that makes sense. I see that as a little different than context. I guess it is context. We're not doing it purely for context's sake. We were doing it because it was useful, right? Like, it's useful to present the arguments we presented about Shapiro at the top of the stream 3 hours ago. It's useful to, debunk some of the things Vivek was saying. And it's useful to, look at where Tucker is right and wrong and where Bannon is right and wrong and where Megyn Kelly is right and wrong.
Speech saying anybody who doesn't call out conspiracy theorists is a coward. Erica Kirk barely knows Barry Weiss. Barry doesn't know anything about Erica. Barry Weiss has never been to a Turning Point event. Do you guys remember her?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were making a joke or not, but I was trying to... Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I think I guess the word context is correct. I'm a semantic... I got autism. Is that? Can I just say that? Do we get it? Do we get what's going on with the semantics? Why I'm nitpicky? Is that good enough? I feel like that's good enough. Everybody in the chat put yes. Everybody thumbs up in the chat. Everybody thumbs up emoji in the chat, so I know you understand.
Here, standing up for what we believe in when Charlie was alive. I don't remember her standing up for our principles. I don't remember her defending Charlie the many times he was called a racist or an anti-Semite. I really don't remember that at all. What I do remember is she had Erica Kirk come on one town hall in which Barry Weiss tried to play both super important VIP executive and super fabulous star anchor at her new network CBS. Pro tip, Barry, that's no way to win friends at your new organization, to try to steal all the hosting abilities of the on-air talent. So good luck with that. And what she did when she had Erica there was to have the nerve to bring on the man who asked the final question of Charlie right before he got shot.
Hunter Kozak.
To put Erica in the position of having to defend whether Trump uses hate.
I am not a fan of saying his name. I don't think that's necessary. I know we were just talking about how good context is, but I'm not a fan of giving that guy any fame. or anyone who challenged Charlie any fame. I think yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I know why he did it, just so like the story, you could look it up maybe, but I don't know if it's necessary, and I'm just not a huge fan of it, so.
Full rhetoric. The nerve.
I'll just say I didn't appreciate when I saw that happened, and I don't think that ever should have happened. I don't think that question should have been asked, and I noticed that when Hunter Kozak did that, he immediately went to try to get Erica to denounce Trump, denounce his rhetoric. This is a man who was standing in front of Charlie, in front of her husband when he died, and he never once even said to her the basic human decency of saying, I'm sorry for your loss.
He was sick. And that was a very wise move, because trust me, I've done town halls. You know who the questioners are, and you know what the questions are in advance in that setting. So she knew it was coming, and she thought it was appropriate to have Charlie's widow answer for Trump's violent rhetoric. I'm sorry, that's disrespectful, and I will not be taking any lessons from Barry Weiss in how to treat Erica or anyone else.
All right.
This is true. Good.
So,
W Megan
tonight,
here. This is a Megan W.
For the record, I kept my powder dry.
Hey,
until
they said I could
attacked
interview you, so I'm asking all the questions here. We're turning the tables on Megyn Kelly for once. So, Megan, you mentioned something on your show recently that I know a lot of people have been chatting about. There's been a lot of chatter about this. The sit-down, the peace summit heard around the world between Candace Owens and Erica Kirk. And you mentioned that you played a role in brokering this. Tell us the story, if you would.
Well, Erica has asked me to tell the story and is fine with me telling the story, so I will. Otherwise,
So Megyn Kelly said on her show that she brokered that peace summit. And Ben Shapiro got up on stage and said, you don't care about Erica. So Ben Shapiro, without context or without looking into it, felt it was appropriate to make an absolute statement on this matter. That's interesting.
I would not have gotten into the details, but so from the beginning of Candace's programming on this, I've been in touch with Turning Point. And I know you have too. We've all talked about it behind the scenes. But I've had long conversations with everybody at the highest levels on how to handle this. And I think everybody was confused about what the next right move was, because it was so extraordinary. And I'm not going to get into the substance of those discussions, but suffice it to say that I think everyone felt the best course initially was to try to just rise above it and not respond in a tit-for-tat manner. And as it went on, it started to get more and more problematic for Turning Point, for Erica, and so on. And Erica called me and said, I want to do a sit-down with Candace, and I want you to moderate it. And I said, what? Say what? And I said, she said a word from you would silence her on this forever. Like, it doesn't have to be an oral word. It could be like a text or an email. Maybe that's the best way to see if we can put this to bed. But Erica really felt that they should sit down together face to face. And I've gotten to know Candace a little better over the past months, and I actually thought she might do it. Like, I wasn't sure, but I don't know. An invitation from Erica would be hard to resist. And she said, would you please come and facilitate it, really? Just like they were going to have the discussion, but Erica's thought, and Candace originally wanted to do this too, was for them to live stream this out that same Monday that the Turning Point guys were going to live stream their event. And of course, I'm like, oh, my mother of God, what am I getting myself into? But I actually
blasphemy.
I felt like it was divine right order. And I have to tell you, Jack, I've prayed so many times to Charlie and to God to give me the right guidance on how to handle this whole thing. The fracture within the conservative movement, my friends turning on me because I won't call out my other friends like Tucker. This dust up between Candace and Erica, and Turning Point and Erica, Turning Point and Candace, which is fraught. And yet I understand. I know people are very angry at Candace right now, and I understand it, but I have to say, and Ben, another thing he mocked me for was saying she was a young mother. But Candace had literally just had a baby. And I'm sorry, maybe Ben doesn't understand, but that is a vulnerable position for a woman. And then her friend got shot in the neck. And so I did think she deserved a wide berth right after Charlie's death to explore what she wanted to explore. I had real empathy for her. And of course, I don't agree with what she's said about Turning Point Erica, and she knows that. But my point was simply that I thought maybe Charlie helped me understand, to keep my powder dry in the whole thing, so that maybe I could be in a position to help it happen. It's what Erica wants. Maybe Candace does want an off-ramp, and I'm willing to try. So Candace and I were in touch, and she was very nice. She said, I'm thrilled it's you. I'll do it. So they were going to do it out here in Arizona, and then there was a security issue. Candace said that she said she couldn't come. And then Erica said, I'll go to you. I'll go to Nashville. She's just extraordinary. I mean, Erica's been all over the country trying to honor Charlie's commitments on his book tour.
This is the story I was talking about, by the way. That's super
coming
important.
Up this week. I mean, she's going through. She has 2 babies at home she's now a single mother to. But she really wanted to put this to bed, and so she said, I'll go to you. And then it morphed into, let's not do the live stream. Let's just do it, the two of us, which I thought was great. So they both went in there. Erica brought a trusted friend and employee here, and Candace had someone very close to her. And they, by all accounts from both women, had a very good meeting. Now, will it last? Where does it go from here? I was joking earlier, what's more tenuous, the Gaza peace deal or this situation? What I really want is for Candace to move on from Turning Point and Erica. I have no problem with her asking questions, but not about them.
Yeah.
But I also object, for the record, to the people who have tried to shut Candace down entirely on inquiring into what, if any, role did Israel have here? And I want to make clear, I don't think Israel had any role. I think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie. My only question is whether there was some trans-Tifa element that helped him. However, it's okay to ask questions about Israel. And it was Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, who sent those texts to the FBI of Charlie's, from that private message. It wasn't a text, it was private messages, like a group chat, in which he said the Jewish donors to Turning Point were driving him up the wall, and that he'd had it with them, and that they were making demands of him that he was not prepared to meet, and he was at his wit's end. And he had told me personally that he found their behavior, and I quote, repulsive. So I was fine. Again, I don't think Israel had anything to do with it, but why did I have an obligation to stop Candace from asking those questions? I didn't, and I didn't.
So this is so people, if you look at this up on Twitter, like if you were to look this up on Twitter and look at the Ben Shapiro, Barry Weiss side, they're saying that Megyn Kelly's saying it's okay for Candace to ask questions about, in general, about Charlie's murder. And that's not what Megyn is saying. Megyn is saying something very specific that it's okay to ask about. She's saying very specifically that it's okay for Candace to ask questions about Israel's involvement, even though she doesn't think that's true. She doesn't think it's okay to ask about Erica and Turning Point's involvement. Now, you can disagree with that, but to present it as carte blanche, like Candace, that Megyn Kelly is saying that Candace can say whatever she wants about, ask any questions. It's a dishonest representation of what was being said.
Call her out because I favored her asking them.
So then, Megyn, what is the way forward? What is the way forward for the right, for Turning Point? Charlie is on assignment with God. Erica is...
So there we go. That is the whole thing. That whole thing happened. That happened. Now, there we go. We got through all of it. Now, let's see. Who else? Do we get anything else? Jesse Waters got 45 minutes. Holy cow. All right, let's watch the first couple minutes of. Let's watch the start.
I am proud to stand here before you today. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white.
Let's watch Tulsi real quick. Let's see if Tulsi says anything interesting in the first couple minutes here. Let's just get the direction of her speech, and then we'll decide from
Merry
there.
Christmas.
Huh?
I couldn't hear you in the back. Merry Christmas. You know, I'm a little bit emotional walking out here because this is the first time we are gathered here for AmFest without Charlie Kirk, but I feel in all of your voices and your presence here his love, and that's a beautiful thing. You know, at all the different TPUSA events that I have been through and to over the years, you know, Charlie was often the one who would, greet me at the door. We would go and kind of huddle in a corner backstage and start talking about, oh, hey, what's going on? What are you working on? What are you working on? And how do we tackle the biggest challenges that we face in this country?
They're not on tonight, but I did look up the scores, by the way. Oh, shoot. Sorry. This. I did look up the scores. Tulane got blown out, and Oregon has scored 34 points at halftime. So there's that. I haven't seen any highlights. Let me open my Sports X account real quick. I have a separate account for X, by the way, at Thursday Slop, if you want to look at my sports and stuff take. Oh, here's a fun. Is it this? What are we looking at here, huh? Oh goodness, yeah. JMU is just the most outmatched I've ever seen. Oh well.
With Charlie always incredibly focused and full of energy and not just looking around, okay, what's the next thing, but here's the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year plan that we really have to keep at the forefront of all that we're doing. And so, I didn't get to have that conversation with Charlie here. I had a conversation.
Oh, I didn't mention this. I wanted to mention this.
With Erica.
Ben Shapiro talking about truth is really interesting. Really interesting. I think that's an interesting thing to say.
For maybe the first time ever.
I think that's an interesting thing to say. Because let's look at this. 132,000 views in a day. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, 200 likes. That's weird. Only 83 comments. Huh. That's interesting. 162,000 views. Ooh.
I don't know if you guys happen to see.
Ooh. Only 200 likes. Only 36 comments. That's interesting. That's interesting.
The sheer amount of
183,000 views. Oh, wait. Maybe this one got some actual unique views. But yeah, Daily Wire is buying views for this channel, so is the point I'm making. 165,000 views, 54 likes. Yeah, Daily Wire is buying views for that channel. Daily Wire is buying views for that channel. They're cheating. Let's look at, let's try to find a video. We have over 100% likes to views. You guys are the best. Like even people who couldn't stay were like, oh yeah, I'll come. Like even people who couldn't stay were, I'll come. 20 likes, 17 views, watching now. 20 likes. How many total views do we have? 152 likes, 152 views. That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. You guys are great. I really appreciate you guys. Anyway, there you go.
it has come.
And I didn't call her out.
All right, let's go back to Tulsi Gabbard.
Backstage, and I got to tell you, I continue to be in awe of this woman. I cannot imagine what she's been through, what she is going through. I'm in awe of and grateful for her kindness and her strength and how she has opened up her heart during the toughest of times to the world, and how she continues to exhibit the kind of courage and strength that you and I know can only come from God. We hear a lot of talk about unity. It's a word that is frequently used. We must stand united. We must come together and unify. But too often, we don't actually think about what that means. To say we have to unite just for the sake of unity, what does it mean? We can unite around the wrong things. We can unite around a negative cause that results in a negative impact. And so when we talk about standing united as Americans, we have to understand what that really means. What is it that binds us together? What are the fundamental principles that we must stand together on, whether we are Democrats or Republicans or people of different religions, people of different backgrounds or different views on certain policies? Fundamentally, the thing that we must unite on is our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, and that every one of us as Americans must remain committed and dedicated to defending.
Okay, don't care. Boilerplate stuff. Boilerplate stuff. Don't care. Don't care. Oh, Poso's actual speech.
We are going to crank the volume all the way up. One of the most powerful words in the English language.
Here we go.
Oh, AmFest has been divisive, and AmFest has been about infighting and bickering and division and all of this. And when Benny and I heard about Grandma Jeannie, I brought it to Erica, and I said, you know something? How did everybody like Grandma Jeannie? Look, there's been this narrative that, oh, AmFest has been divisive.
Who is Grandma Jeannie?
Has been about
Who is Grandma Jeannie? Context. I require context. Context hat. I require context. Where's my context hat? Grandma Jeannie. Oh, Jeannie. Duh. Bro, I'm so sorry.
You want to see Charlie's aura personified? Look at this beautiful woman at Target. Who's seen this video? Wearing her Charlie Kirk shirt.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I require more context. I require more context. Grandma, Target, Charlie Kirk.
Why?
They let you wear that shirt here?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not a Target
red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be.
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Oh, yes, I know.
Are you stupid?
Oh, I love her. Yo, what? This is based. Yo, based. Oh, based. Okay, I haven't seen this. I've never seen this. Wait, this is awesome.
No.
Why the would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
He's not a racist.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, is.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stand here and argue with you.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Okay, we love her. We love her. We love her.
Shirt facing absolute and total. Jeannie, watch the way she responds.
They let you wear that. Why are you wearing?
Yes,
Okay, we watched it. We watched it.
Unacceptable racist, and you support him.
That's your opinion, ma'am.
Love your.
She got harassed at work. Yo! Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Benny, I hope you don't mind,
Based.
but I brought a special guest to come celebrate AmFest with us.
Oh, you mean America's Target grandmother?
Grandma Jeannie is in the house.
And wearing the famous Charlie Kirk red Target shirt.
Yo, we love this woman. W's in the chat. W's, everybody post a W. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Grandma Jeannie.
How did it feel to be in that moment, to have someone shove a camera in your face, to use horrific language, and film you simply for wearing a shirt of a man you support?
Well, first of all, I thought she was just taking a picture. I didn't know till the next day that it was videoed. But I don't know. I just was watching her, looking at her, and I was kind of thinking, oh my. But what you saw is me. It's me. So I want to thank you all for your applause, for your donations, and I want to thank them for bringing me here.
I'll say this, I'll just say this, that when your GiveSend went up and all of this happened, I reached out to Erica Kirk, I let her know about this, and Erica said, Jack, I want her at AmFest.
Can I ask a question? Really quickly. Can I have the mic? Jeannie, what did Charlie Kirk's life mean to you?
It meant that I can stand for freedom. I did in a way. I stand for my rights, and that's why I watched him and everything, because I love the way he stood up and stood for God, and I love the way he talked to the students, and you know, you can think for yourself. You can, but God's the one that has to go with you, you know. So that's. I just, like everybody else, I just loved him.
And what message do you have for everybody who donated across America? I think you're well over $250,000 were donated. What message do you have for your supporters?
Thank you. I don't have the words except for thank you. You know, I love you guys all, and I hope you're. And another one, I hope that I come across that we be nice to each other. You know, and I think Charlie wanted that too. He didn't want the anger. He wouldn't have responded any different than what I did either. And I hope a lot of you would respond the way I did, because otherwise we're going to get worse. But he's the motivator.
What's that? What she did in that moment was respond to the worst of them with the best of us.
Yes. Yes. And that is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Merry Christmas. God bless all of you. God bless Jeannie.
Okay, based. Poso always carries his rosary. You'll notice it in his walkout here. He carried it out, and then I don't know where he put it. Hold on, let's rosary tracking. Rosary tracking.
There's been this narrative that
right there it is.
AmFest
I pointed with my
divisive,
finger.
and
It's
AmFest
right there.
has been about infighting and bickering and division and all of this. And when Benny and I heard about Grandma Jeannie, I brought it to Erica, and I said, you know something? This is an opportunity for us to take a year that started off on such a high note. When I was here last year, we were on the top of the highest mountain. We'd won the election. We'd won the swing states, the popular vote. You all saw how happy Charlie was that night. I was sitting right there. Held his face in his hands, teared up a little bit. Charlie didn't like to show that kind of emotion on air. None of us do. But he was so happy because God had given our country a chance. Because God had given our country a chance to succeed. And yet, we didn't realize that God had different plans for all of us. And look, I'd be lying to you if I tell you that I had it all figured out or understand what all of this means. I don't. But I have faith in God's plan, I have faith in God's will, and I have faith that God's sovereignty is paramount because Jesus Christ is the King of the entire universe, and he is the author of all creation. Christ is King. And so, we came from the top of that highest mountain to the pit of the deepest valley. The valley of the shadow of death
politics,
itself,
it's like
as
the
Bible
only
tells
thing
us.
I like, honestly.
When you're faced with something like that, you don't know how you're going to react. You don't know what the rules are. There's no playbook. There's no manual. There's no one coming to tell you, hey, this is what you do.
Everybody in the YouTube chat, say
You
hi
have
to
God at the center of
S70
your heart.
Ghost in the Twitch
If you
chat.
rely on the principles and teachings of the Holy Bible, and you listen to God's voice in those low hours in the middle of the night when you can't sleep and you're saying, why, God, why? He'll give you the answer. He will give you the answer. I promise you that. And it is only through the firm reliance of God that any of us have been able to get through this, have been able to get through the murder of our friend. And it is only through, and we can see God's grace imbued deeply in Erica Kirk and her strength as the cornerstone of Turning Point USA. Can we give a round for Erica, please? Because, you know, you talk about the division, you talk about the infighting, so whose side do you want? Are you on Ben's side? Are you on Tucker's side? And Candace and Megan and all the rest of it. And it's like, guys, I'm on Charlie's side, okay? I'm on Turning.
He said, I'm from the UK, England, would like to know what my fellow neighbors across the pond feel about Trump. Well, everyone in my chat's going to be somewhere from like very conservative to like reactionary politics. I don't identify as a conservative. I identify as a reactionary. And I would identify that way proudly. Hold on. I'll put you up here. And most of us are going to feel... most of us are either going to like Trump or actually feel that he's not conservative enough and not doing enough. So, hold on just a second. What do you think about Trump? I have an interview coming out next week, S70, with a man from the UK who is named Connor Tomlinson. And he will be speaking on... He will be speaking on the state of politics in the UK, and it's a good interview. I think you might like it. If you like politics, if you're from the UK. Thank you for the follow, S70. Would you consider yourself a Republican? I think so. For the sake of you as a foreigner, no shade meant by foreigner, but for the sake of a foreigner, uh, uh, yeah, for your sake, Republican would be pretty close. I would disagree with the party on some key issues that I think are really important. So I can tell you about the state of the UK too. What do you think about the state of UK politics? By the way, chat, next week, I interviewed Connor Tomlinson on Wednesday. Tuesday. I interviewed Connor Tomlinson on Tuesday, and we'll be publishing that interview next week. What do you think about the state of politics in the UK? Are you going to be, I know that Reform has a lot of support right now, and I know that the Tories and the Labour Party are losing a lot of support. So, what party do you think you would most align with? How'd you get Connor for an interview? We talk in DMs a lot. Not a lot. We talk in DMs more than most people would probably expect. I just DM'd him and said, I want to do this interview where we talk about college, UK politics, and you explain it to me. So it's a great interview. It's phenomenal. I think you guys will really like it. The state is horrible. I'm also very conservative and would support someone such as Reform or even potentially Advance to led by Ben Habib. We talked about Advance actually. I talked about Advance with Connor some actually. He was telling me about it. Let me see. I have a yellow legal pad always on my desk. I don't think this was. Oh, this was the one I had my Connor notes on. Is it Advance? Ben Habib has. No, Rupert Lowe is independent, but he's probably more aligned with Advance than Reform, correct? I was introduced to Connor by Father Calvin Robinson, actually, Master. Connor was actually banned from Reform for being too cool. Yeah, Reform has its problems. I don't want to spoil the interview, but one of the problems Connor was telling me about was like that the Reform being supposedly anti-immigration is also running a Bengali candidate for a council seat. So, yeah. Well, S70, I appreciate you being here. I'm going to go back to the video. We're just wrapping up. We were watching a lot of the speeches from a major event here in the United States, the TPUSA conference, because there was a lot of infighting in the right wing that happened kind of publicly on that stage. And so we were watching the whole thing to get a lot of context and learn where everybody sat and try to figure out everybody's positions. So I know that doesn't affect you personally as much, but if you find that interesting, I'd encourage you to stick around, and I'd encourage you to come back next week. I appreciate your follow on Twitch. If you want to watch some of my older content, I'm at the same on YouTube. So just go to youtube.com/at the Sanity Revolt, and you can find my other content on politics there. I have some pre-recorded videos and some clips from the streams. So, and of course the VODs from the streams. So, yeah, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Point side. I'm on America's side. I'm on Christ's side. That's the side. And behind the scenes, these are real people. These are real people with real lives, and at the center of that is a real family.
Sorry, he asked one more question. Thank you for answering my comments. What days do you stream? I normally stream on Saturday nights. I'm going to try to stream more, but right now it's Saturday nights. The Saturday Night Sanity Revolt is our streams. So.
Lost their dad.
Probably. Let's look at the calendar real quick. I will try to stream next Saturday night. I'm driving back from my parents' house next Saturday night, and then the week after that, I'll definitely be streaming. So yeah, I'll tune in next week. Thank you. You're welcome. Have a great night.
2 little kids who lost their father, a wife who lost her husband. And in the midst of all these comments and confusions and divisions, and I'm not saying you can't ask questions. I'm not like that. I ain't about that. I'm about freedom of speech. I've always been about freedom of speech. And you know who else was about freedom of speech? Charlie Kirk was about freedom of speech. So we don't do the canceling and the deplatforming, and you can't talk to that person, and this person disagrees, so I can't. No, we're not about that. AmFest wasn't about that. Charlie wasn't about that. And I know that Erica's not about that. If Turning Point USA is going to succeed, it will do so, and it will do so by resting on those same principles and values upon which Charlie created it. Yes. And don't come into the Turning Point USA AmFest house and try to tell us to change. We're not doing it.
So Posobiec's making his side
So all
clear.
of that is to say that when I told Erica about Grandma Jeannie, she said, Jack, I want her at AmFest. And I said, Erica, I'm gonna make it happen. And I will not let down Erica Kirk. And I will not let down Charlie Kirk. And I will not let down the legacy of Turning Point, because this mission will continue. The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy, the worst thing we could do at all, is to quit, is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us. I'm not gonna let them win. Are you gonna let them win? Are you going to let the violence and the anger and the division win? Or are you going...
Okay, I think that's that. Let's just turn on the stream real quick. Let's see what's happening live, huh? See if there's anything happening live. Mike Collins, Brandon Tatum, not really interested in that. Okay, let's just see what's happening live.
And expect the Holy Spirit to do something we won't do. Brother Keenan, he's preaching later tonight. You know, he shared with me yesterday, the Holy Spirit does stuff you're incapable of doing, not things that you won't do. And there's something that you and I can do. Is we can listen to the words of the Lord in the scriptures and things like that, and we can take it with us and say, I'm going to go back to my home, my family, my friends, and I'm going to bring everyone with me to heaven because I want them to know Jesus. And so I just want to pray a simple prayer for us.
That's good. Well, Faith Night is good. If you want to support Turning Point, Charlie's legacy, I would encourage you to go watch that. But I want to do one more thing. I want to try one more thing, and we'll see how it goes, huh? We'll see how this goes. Yeah, the youth pastor session. I'm not super interested in that, to be honest, because there's no Catholics on the schedule. So not crazy interested in that, to be totally honest with you guys. I want to try one thing here. Okay. Well, no Pope Leo. He did not appear, unfortunately. I want to try a Sudoku with you guys because I like Sudoku. So let's just try a Sudoku real quick and let's see what happens, huh? All right. Hold on. There we go. The visibility is better. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So, okay, so there's some, this is a anti-knight, anti-king, so numbers can't be in knight moves away from each other, and they can't be king's moves away from each other, which just means they can't be beside each other, which is normal, but they also cannot be diagonal to each other, which is so. And then German whispers is that when all the numbers on the line have to have a difference of at least 5. So let's try this. So 5 can't be on these lines, so we know that this is a low digit, and we know that this is a high digit right off. We know that those, well, we don't know which is which yet, but we know one of those is low and one of those is high. And then we'll mark these up here as well. We'll mark them a little bit differently just because we don't know which is low and which is high yet. Now, so we have 5 here, so we have an odd number, which means this one has to be 5 away from both of these. So we know that these two can't be the same because they're a knight's move from each other. The greens here are a knight's move from each other. So how do we do that? 1 can't be a 1 because 1 would require this to be a 6 and this to be a 6, I think. Hold on, let me double check the German Rispers rule. Of at least 8, at least 8. So it can't be a 1. It could be a 1. Okay. Well, we don't know anything. So how do we do this? All right, let's start by doing it this way. Let's do this. That can be a 6. So that could be a 6. Let's try to find 5. So 5, 5, 5. I don't think we're going to be able to find a 5. I don't know what to do. Let's look at a hint. Look for the number 6. I found the number 6. Cell candidates are correct and can be entered as a solution. That's not helpful. Okay. So that has to be, can that be high? Can that be 9, 1, 2, 7, 8? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what to do for this one. Let's try a different one. This one's too hard for me. I'm not good at these. I just like them. I don't want to do a plain one. I like the variants. Oh, killer is fun. Let's do a middle killer. Okay. So all the numbers in cages cannot repeat. Numbers can't repeat in a cage, and they have to add up to the number that's on the cage. So that's 1, 3. Don't know which order yet. 13 as 11. That could be anything yet. Okay. 8 here. So this can't be 5, 3. It can't. Can it be 6, 2? It can be 6, 2. It can be 1, 7. Okay, let's try to find a big one. 27. 9 plus 8 is 16, plus 7 is 23, plus 6 is 29. So the max box, let's try to find a... that's not going to help. That's not going to help. 1, 2, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 7. No. 23. Can we do a 23 box? No. Happy. What's up, Happy? 13. It's not incredibly helpful. That's not helpful. There's got to be another box here that I'm missing that's supposed to be really easy right off the bat. Okay, 13 means that these three have to add up to 8. So that is 1, 2. Can't be 1, 2, 5. 1, 3, 4. Could be 1, 3, 4. And can it be... Can it be 2, 3? It can't be 2, 3, 3. I think it has to be 1, 3, 4. I think it has to be 1, 3, 4 here. Because it would have to be... Can't be 6. It needs 8, so it can't have a 6. It can't have a 5, so it has to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think the only way to make 8 that way is... The only way to make 8 with 3 digits is 1, 3, 4. because you can't have 2, 3, 5 because there's already a 5 in the box. So that's 1, 3, 4. And we know this isn't a 1 or a 3, so we know this is a 4. So we know these aren't 1. We know those are not 4. That might be helpful. All right, let's look at this one. I think in the 8 in the bottom box is 1 and 7. I don't think this has to be 1 and 7 unless I'm missing something. So it can't be 4, 4. It can't be 3, 5. It could be 2, 6. It can be 2, 6. No, it cannot be 1, 8. It can't be 1, 8. Hold on. I'm not. Oh, gosh. The 14 in the bottom right can only be 8 and 6. Bottom right. 8 and 6. Okay, so hold on. Let's look at it. Can't be 9, 5. And it can't be 7, 7. So you're right. It is 8, 6. So how do we make 8 without 6, 1, or 3? Because there's going to be a 1 and a 3 here. 6, 1, 3, or 5. How would that be? If that's 1, 7, then this can't be 1, 3. Because there's going to be a 1 here. Oh, no, because... wait. If there's a 1 here, there's a 3 here, which would force 1... Okay, yeah, then that would force... Okay, so it is it 1, 7? Yeah, because it can't be 5, 3. It obviously can't be 4, 4. Cannot be 2, 6. Okay, yeah, so you're right. It is 1, 7. Okay, which makes this 8 either 3, 5 or it's 1, 7. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I had to think it through. Okay, so this is 23. That has to be 9, 7, 8, right? 9, 8, 7? 7, 8, 9? That's the biggest that 3 numbers can get to. Sorry, 22. Damn it. No. So it has to be 986. 986. Okay. 13. So how do we make 8 with 2 numbers? How do we make 8 with 2 numbers? I can write the 1 and the 7 in? How? Hold on. What? Have blessed Christmas, AJK. I could write the 1 and the 7 in. Dude, okay, I'm not good at these, which is why this is an experiment. Okay, hold on. Let me try to think about it, okay? Let me think about it. Let me cook for a minute, okay? How do I write the 1 and the 7 in? If I put a 1 there... Oh, wait, so this has to be a 1, because then this can't be 1, 7. So this is a 3, which makes this a 7, which makes this a 1. Okay. Based. That's super helpful. That's really good. All right, 1, 7. Okay. All right. 13. So we need to make 11. 6, 5. So it's not 6, 5, and it's not 8, 3, which makes this 7, and it's not 7, 4, so it's 2, 9, right? No, wait. Oh, yeah, you can fill this out now. So this has to be 1, 2, 2, 9. That's 2, 9. So that's not a 9. It's not a 3. It's not 3, 9. It's not 4, 8. It's 5, 7, 5, 7. You have to add to 9. Oh, yeah, add to 9. Sorry. So this is 3, 6. Yep, you're right. This is why I'm bad at these. This is 3, 6. This is 3, 6. No, it's not 3, 6. It's 2, 7. It's 2, 7. Can't be 3, 6 because there's going to be a 6 in one of these 2 rows. So it's 2, 7. Now, can we place that? It can't. No, it can't be anything but 2, 7. This 13 box cannot be anything but 2, 7. Because let's just do the process of elimination. If it's a 1, 8, so I put the 1 there, I put the 8 there. Oh, you're right. Damn it. No, it can be anything. All right, that's not helpful. No. Oh, no. Okay, the 9... The 9 goes here. The 9 goes here. Why do the boxes look like Tetris? Because you have to add to the numbers in here. Okay. 5, 1... Can't be 5, can't be 4, can't be 3. So how do we make 15 without 3, 4, or 5? We could use 2, 9, can't be 4. So it can't be, can it be 2, no, 1, it can't be 195. So we're trying to make it 267. 267, can it be something else? Can it be something else? It can't be 1, 8. 8, yeah, I was about to say 861. Can be that, can't it? No, it can't be 861, because then either an 8 or a 6 would have to go in this box. So if this is 861, right? If this were 861, right? We could put the 8 here, but then we'd have to put the 6 in one of these two, which would mean that none of these can be 6. So you see what I'm saying? Like, this can't be 861. It has to be 267, because you can't use any of these twice. You can't use 9, so it has to be 267. I hope that makes sense. That why it has to be 267. So we might actually be able to place some of these now. Okay, so this can't be 267. It can't be 3, 267, 8, or 9. So it has to be a 1, right? Doesn't it have to be a 1? I think it has to be a 1. Could be 4. So that's 1, 4 maybe? Oh, shoot. No, neither of those. Okay. I did not mean to do that process of elimination style. I meant to put those in as possibilities so I could look at it. Okay, so these 3, though, we can put in these 3. This is 1, 4, 8. And the 8 can't go here. So that's 1, 4. That's 1, 4. That's 1, 4. Oops, 1, 4. Okay, so that's 1. It has to be a 1 or a 4. Why can't the 8 go there? Because the 8 has to be in one of these, which would mean that 4 is already in the row. I'm stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 1, 9, 8. Oh, that has to be a 1. This has to be a 1, right? I think this is just a 1. I think this is just a 1. Because it can't be 8 or 9, right? And this row needs 1, 9, 8. Yeah, it's just a 1. Why is this lit up as wrong? We must have messed something up. It has to be a 1. What did we do wrong? It has to be a 1. It has to be a 1. There's no way. It can't be 8, 9. 6 has to go here. This is just a 6. We did something wrong. We've done something wrong. Okay. The 25 is wrong? It must be. It has to be that. Okay, hold on. The 25 has to be wrong. Do these numbers add to 26? 14. Oh, they do add to 26. It's 5, 8. Is it 5, 8, 9? Or is it... 6, 7. No. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Can't be 6 or 8. You're right. So it can't be 6 or 8. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. So, okay. So now let's think about this 25. So we need to make 22. How do we make 22 without 1, 7, 6, or 8? So 1, 7, 6, 8. So we have 2, 3. We don't have 3. Wait, is there only 3 numbers left? No. So we have 2, 4, 9, 5. 2, 4, 9, 5. Who's a political figure you really like? I really like JD Vance, which not all my chat agrees with me on, but I really like him. 2, 4, 9, 5. How do we make 22 with 3 numbers? Vance says the right things, but I doubt his plantier collections. Yeah, I can understand that. I'm inclined to trust him, though. I'm naive. I'm inclined to trust... I think it can be 6 or 8, because I think you could put the 6, 8 here. So I think it's 5... It can't be both, but it can be one. So it's 9, 8, 5. Yeah. I'm saying that as I'm seeing your chat, by the way, just to give you an idea of how long, like not because I saw your chat, but like your chat came in as I figured it out. It can't be both, but it can be one of them. So it can be 8, which means that this is not an 8. That's not an 8, right? Which means that, okay, let's try to think about this now. This 15 box can't be... Let's go back to the 15 box now and use the same process. So we can't use 4, 3, 5, and we can only use one of 5, 8, 9. So it could be 9, 2, no, it can't be 9, 2, 4. 9, how do we make 6? We can't make 6. So it's not 9. Could be 8, 8, 1, 6. 8, 1, 6. I think it can be 8, 1, 6. Seventh column, the 2 blank squares. 7th column. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's write in 6, 8 there. It's 1, 6, 8. Okay. Now we can do the same thing. We can do the same thing we were doing earlier. So this is an 8. No. This is an 8. The 8's here. Sorry, that's an 8. Right. Okay, so this is a 1, 6 pair. Okay, so so this is 2. So then we need 2. Not 6, not 1, 2, 3. 7. 9, 2, 7, 9. And the 9 isn't there, so the 9 is over here. Yeah, 2, 7, 9. 9 isn't here. Can we place the 2 here like we did earlier? Yes, right? The 2... Oh, no, because this can't be 7, 9. So that has to be 7. Which makes this just a 2, 7 pair. Or a 2, 9 pair. Yeah, it can't be... This can't be 9, 7. Which makes this 2, 9, 2, 9 is... So that's a 4. That's just a 4. Now, we can place a 4 here. Right? Yes. So we can place a 4 there. This is not 2, 6. It's not 1, 7. So it is 3, 5. It's not 1, 7. Can't be 2, 6 because there's a 2 in the box. Yep. We're on the same page now. We're doing the same thing now, which is a W. Not complaining. So that can't be a 5, so that's just 8, 9, which makes this is not a 9. So this is a 9. This is a 2. 6 right here. Yes. Okay, that's a 6. Now, 1, 2, 7. That's not a... This can't be a 2. Neither of these can be a 2, so that's a 2. So neither of those is a 2, so that's 1, 7. Okay. Let's look at 2s real quick. Nothing there. Let's look at 1s. No. 5s. Nothing right off the bat. 4. Let's look at this. 4 can't go here or here, so there's a 4 here. Is that helpful? Not really, is it? No. That's not really helpful at all. Whoa, wait, what? 3, 5 in the A in the bottom, which makes it a 9 on the top of the 25. Huh? I thought that had to be a 5. Huh? Are you disagreeing with me on this? Not a 9. It has to be a 5. Okay. 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 I saw that. I was like, wait, did I miss something? I'm confused. Okay, we're good. 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 Okay, let's look at 8s, actually. Let's look at 8s, because maybe we have something. No? I feel like we should be able to figure this out. Nothing. Okay. 6, 8. Okay, can we make... Okay, so 6 would require it to be 15. 8 would require it to be 13. So that's not helpful. This can't be a 7. I don't think a 7 can go in this box. In this 14 box. Okay. Obviously it can't be. Duh. Okay. 14. 9, 5, 6, 8. It's not 6, 8. Is it 9, 5? I think it is 9, 5. It's 9, 5. So this is 9, 5. Makes that a 5. Makes that a 7. W. So that's not a 7. That's not a 7. I don't think. No, that could be 1, 2. Can it be 1, 2? Yeah, it could be 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, that's not helpful. Nope. Okay. 5, 9. So what do we need here? 2. 7 on the 17 in the bottom right. You have to tell me when you say no wrong if I'm wrong or if you're wrong. Okay, that can't be 2, 6. Okay. Okay, let's think about this 17 box. So this is 2, 3, 5. 2, 3. No, not 5. Sorry, not 5. 2, 3, 8. Not 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. So there's a 4, which means we can place this. So 2, 3, 4 adds to 2, 3, 4 adds to 9, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 6. Now, what does this do? This can't be an 8, because if this was an 8, that would have to be a 5. So it's not an 8. That's not an 8. Can we eliminate anything else here? Not that I'm seeing. All right. 8, and then we can make 8 up here. Yeah. 8. Okay, so let's think about this. 8 plus 6 is 14, which would require a 7 here. Can we put a 7 there? Yes, we can. Okay, so that doesn't rule that out. Okay, that's not anything right now. Okay, let's look at 6s real quick. 6s can't be there, and they can't be there. Can't be there because it's the same box. 6 plus 7, so it could be there. 16 can be there. That's not helpful either. Let's look at this 7. No, we just looked at this 7, didn't we? Yeah, we just looked at that 7. Oh, wait, this is a 3. I'm dumb. This has to be a 3. Because neither of these can be a 3. Wait, so then we can put a 4 in this row. And a 2. So this is 2, 4. 2, 4. Can I find a third that I have to put there? That's the question right now. Because if I find a third I have to put there, then that's a triple, and we can figure out these ones. I think that 21 has to be 7, 8. Oh, that's a good point. So 21, I need 15 here. 15. It would have to be 7, then 8. Why can't it be, 9, 6? Oh yeah, that's the only ways to make it. So that's 7. Yeah. Good looking out. That's 7. That's 8. Which puts an 8 up here. Now 8 plus 4 is 12. That would put a 1 there. Can we put a 1 there? We can put a 1 there, so it's not ruled out there. 8. Oh, this can't be an 8, because that would make this 1, 1, and 2, 1. So that is an 8, which makes that a 1. Which makes that a 1, which makes that a 6. Which makes that a 1. So that's a 7. Let's look at 1s, because we've got a bunch of them now, so we might be able to find another thing. Okay, can't be there. It has to go here. It cannot go here. Bottom left, we know the 9 and the 8. Yep. Good shot. Good looking out. Good looking out. Good looking out. This website has the best, like, puzzles, but it doesn't have the best UI. Because I would prefer that it, like, change these so I can just see that they're a single now. Okay, but let me show you this. So this box, right? This row, one of these rows is a 1. This is not a 1, and this is not a 1, because that would make this 12. This would have to be 15. 3, that's possible. Can that be a 1? Can we add to 9? Can we add to 9? No, right? We can't add to 9 because we've already used 1, 8. We can't use 4, 5 because there's a 4 there. We can't use 2, 7 because there's a 7 there. And could we use 3, 6? Yeah, we can use 3, 6. Dang. I was trying to figure out a way to make that not. It can be, so that could be 1 because this could be 1, 3, 6. Bottom left. Yeah, okay. All right, but we do have this down to 2, so let's just fill it in for now. 1. Can't that be 3, 6? Can't use 3, 6. Why can we not use 3, 6? What am I missing here? Because I see this 6. Oh, because this 3, 6. So this can't be a 1, so that is a 1. Yeah, that has to be a 1. Yep. Yep, good shot, because there's 3, 6 here, so that can't be 3, 6. Okay. Now, how do we make 10 with 3 without 5, 9? We should be able to put these in now. I think we should be able to solve this. Yeah. I think we should be able to solve this 10, though, because there's no 1, so it can't be 1, 7. Can't be 1, 7, 2. No, it cannot be 1, 7, 2. So it can't be 1. It has to be... I think these two are the same, right? These two cells are the same. I think these two cells have to be the same. Because there's 3 left in this box, and they're going to add to 10. So 2, 3, 6. No. So they don't have to be the same, because that doesn't add to 10. But this is 2, 3, 6. Right? Yeah, it's 2, 3, 6. Oh, shoot. That's 2, 3, 6. That's not 6. That's just 2, 3. Shoot. Whoops. Well, I guess we accidentally got a process of elimination. Okay. Well, my bad. My bad. Bottom has to be a 9. Bottom block. I'm not seeing it. Anyway. That's 3, 6. I'm only seeing this 13. So that has to... Well, this can't be 2. Oh, how did we miss that? That can't be 2. That cannot be 2. $13 next to the 10. Oh, this 13 next to the 10. Oh, it can't be 310. That's a 6. That's a 6. That's a 6. Can't be 310. That's a 6. That's a 7. That's a 3. So that's a 5. Which puts a 5 here. Six, 7. That is not 7, 8. So it is 9, 6. That is not 2, 9. It's not 5, 6. It is... It's not 4, 7. Can it be 4, 7? It could be 4, 7. 9, 2, and 11 on the middle left block. I think that's the block I'm looking at now. 9, 2. This can't be 9, 2. He's talking about a different one. Where can a 2? I guess a 2 could go here. Middle left. Middle left. The 18. Oh, the 18 in the 18 box. Oh yeah. Good. Yep. 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 That is 9-2. You're right. That's 9-2. And that's 9. That's 2. So that's a 2. So that's a 5-2 pair. That's good to know. Okay, so this 5-2 pair. Okay, that's might be helpful later. Let's look at this. 15. No. Okay, let's try to solve this 27. Oh, wait, this is a 2. This is a 4. All right. These 5. Well, let's look at these 3 and these 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 9. So that's 4, 9. And this is 1, 2, 3. So there's no 3. 5, 6. So it's 3, 5, 6. That's 4. That is not a 6. Make sure I don't accidentally give us a digit. That is not a 5 or a 3. So that is a 6. That's a 6. So that's 3, 5. That's 3, 5. I feel like I should be able to solve this 4, 9. I put the 6 in already. Chat's a little behind. 5, 9. Oh, look. 9. Whoops. 9, 5. Chat is very behind. Oh. I'm trying to, every time something you say, like, actually I'm using it, I'm telling you, I'm like trying to say like, oh, good, like I tell you. And the 13 above that should be solvable. The 13 should be solvable. Okay, that's a good thought. So it's not 5, 8. It is not. It's not 5, 8. Can it be 9, 4? Can be 9, 4. Can it be 6, 7? It can be 6, 7. How is this solvable? No, it can't be 6, 7 because there's 7 there. So it is 9, 4. And we know that can't be a 4. So that's a 4. That's a 4. That's a 9. Take the 4 out of those two. Okay. That's not a 4. Not a 4. Okay, let's look at these 4 boxes. 1, 2, so this could be 2. I don't think this can be 2. Hold on, let me think about this for a second. I don't think that could be 2. Because if that's 2, we need to make 14. How do we make 14 without can't, because this, so this can't be a 2, I don't think, because this would have to be 14. And it can't be 8, 6 because of this, and it can't be 9, 5. So this is not a 2. So this, one of these could be a 2. Now this can't be a 2, so one of these, that's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's what? Oh, 16. This one is in this box, so it's 13. Ah, shoot. Whoops. This line messed it up. Which makes... Okay, so that's 13. 13 can't be 6, 7, can't be 9, 4. It has to be 8, 5. 8, 5. 8 has to go here. 5 has to go here. That's 5. That's 3. That is 5. That is 3. You're literally like 2 seconds behind me. I think you're figuring out as I'm figuring it out, but you're just like literally like your chats are coming in just like after I miss them. That's not a 2, by the way. It's not a 2, by the way. 1, 2. So this is 3. 4, 5. 6. 7. 8. One of these is an 8. That's an 8. That's a hard 8. So 2 can't go there. So 2, 2, 3. So where's the 3? 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3. Not seeing the 3 right now. Wait, I can solve this 11 box, right? Can't be 6, 5. Can't be 2, 9. Can't be 3, 8. Has to be 4, 7. 4 in this column. 4 in this column. So 4 here. 7 there. 4 there. So this is a single now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a 9. So that's 17. Need to make 4, so that's 1, 3. So that's a 1. That's a 3. Yes, yes. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 7. That's a 4. That's a 9. Fourth row is a single. 1, 2. Yeah. Good shout out, Master. I missed that. The fourth row single. Third row single. The third row single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes that a single. 1, 2, 3. 5, 2. I think the puzzle just broke. I think it broke now. I think it's broken. I think we broke it. 9, 2, 9, 6, 6, 8. Is this still... Wait a second. That's so funny. This is still... That's super funny. That's still broken. Okay. Unless I've missed something. No, okay. Okay, hold on. Let's think. What if both... 1, 2... So this is... Can't be a 1. Can't be a... Okay, 1, 2, 3... 8 at the very top. Oh, yeah. Single. That makes this. Oh, finally. 8, 6. That was like the third thing we figured out and it just broke. Okay, single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15. 2 is 17, so that's a 6. 40 minutes. That feels like it was slow. I feel like that should have not have taken us that long. Anyway, wow, 10 people still watching. Thank you all for watching. I'm sorry about the camera flickering. I don't know what's causing it. I will Google it for next time. So next week, I don't know if I'll be streaming, but we will have the Connor Tomlinson interview. If I'm not streaming, if I am streaming, we'll have it either way. And then the week after that should be the 3rd, and I will be back for sure. You all have a blessed night. Thank you so much, Master, for sticking around for that. That was super cool.